I think if everyone, if you're not speaking, please turn your microphone off, and that may help with the feedback we're getting. All right, North Carolina open meeting law requires that an ethics statement be read at the start of every meeting. We have what we have. So in accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every task force member to avoid both conflicts of interest and the appearance of conflicts. If any member has any known conflict of interest or appearance of conflict with respect to matters coming before the task force today, please identify it at this time. Please also identify any contacts that would arise if we were having private conversation. All right. So at this time, I want to welcome and introduce the task force members and thank members who were recently left our service. As you know, we had the pleasure of having Representative Greer Martin. He resigned from the legislature to assume an appointment at the Pentagon as senior advisor to the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Manpower and Reserve Affairs. An awesome opportunity for Representative Greer. We will miss him. Also want to extend well wishes to Greg Andak, formerly with the Audubon Society. Greg accepted a new career opportunity with Climate Neutral, a national certification in climate technology company. So we do wish Greg well. Also pleased that Carly Lohan who's worked closely with us from the beginning, has accepted a regular appointment to the board. Thank you, Carly, on behalf of Southeast Wind Coalition. And now I'd like you to meet our newest team task force members who aren't here, so I'll just mention them. Jen Banks, who's with Total Energy, and also Norris Tolson. Norris Tolson, for those who don't know, is CEO and president for North Carolina's Gateway Partnership. At this time, I'm going to ask staff to introduce themselves. Beginning.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jennifer Munt, North Carolina Department of Commerce, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Jenny Harris with the North Carolina Department of Commerce Division of Workforce Solutions.
Good morning. I'm Emily Roach. I'm the Director of Policy and Strategic Planning for the Department of Commerce and I staff the Workforce Subcommittee.
Good morning. I'm Dana Magliola, North Carolina Department of Transportation, and I staff the infrastructure subcommittee.
Good morning. Department of Commerce, Special Assistant, and Secretary's Office. I staff the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee.
Is that it for staff? We have additional staff.
Alan Sandoval, Department of Commerce.
Randy Kempside. Oh, Nicole Gordon, Department of
Thank you.
Department of Commerce.
And colleague. Thank you, everyone. I want to acknowledge we do have a special guest, Mayor Harker. Mayor Sharon Harker of Beaufort. You want to have a few words, Mayor?
I have a pretty loud mouth, so I'm not quite sure if I need the mic. But it was a pleasure meeting each and every one of you that were in Beaufort yesterday. We wanted to thank you for visiting our beautiful town. And Beaufort is the third oldest town in the state of North Carolina. And we had our industry, as far as economy is concerned, was a fishing industry. And now it's tourism. So as a mayor, I am keenly aware of workforce development and encourage that. So I'm here to listen and to learn, because I do know that the workforce is going to be part of what we're going to be discussing, and it could open up an opportunity for our citizens that I don't want them to not have the knowledge of. So I want to thank all of you here. Putting this together was no small feat. Appreciate you being here, and I hope to learn a lot more today. Thank you so much.
Before we hear from Secretary Gaines, the alignment of my colleague Justin to our other special guest is very excited about it. Our delegation visiting with us community. We had a wonderful day yesterday, kicked off by Offshore, North Carolina Taskforce, went to reception that time, myself, my colleague, economic development. That's it.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure and honor. Our 12 distinguished delegates who are with us today from the UK, seated across the picture of you all here. So if I could just ask each delegate to stand, so I'm just going to say a few lines about each of you. So when you stand, just so folks know who's in the room, your backgrounds. So first, we have Albert Clark. So Albert is the head of offshore wind for the UK Department of International Trade, which is essentially the UK's equivalent of the Department of Commerce. So his team, he's based in London, his team focuses on attracting foreign direct investments to the UK, developing the domestic market for export potential. His team takes a commercial lens to policy development to ensure supply chain development is adequately considered. Previously worked also at the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy on offshore wind policy. Next is Catherine York. So Catherine is the Operations and Maintenance Center of Excellence Manager for the Offshore Renewable Energy or Catapult, supporting development of new technology and services to improve performance, increase reliability, enhance safety, and reduce environmental impacts associated with offshore. For more than a decade, Catherine has been involved in establishing and running control rooms to monitor and manage offshore wind farms. Her roles for both utilities and OEMs, her responsibilities included building and developing skilled teams and managing production, marine coordination, stores, and maintenance scheduling. Sharanya Kumar Murthy is a senior energy analyst at the Energy Industries Council. The Energy Industries Council, or EIC, is one of the largest energy trade bodies with over 800 members, working directly with the supply chain developers and government. As an energy agnostic organization, the EIC helps companies secure business opportunities across the globe and develop export capabilities. Sharanya is responsible for market intelligence on offshore and onshore wind and supports companies through global project tracking, participation in specialized conferences and events with this one, and producing continual publications. Thanks, Sharanya. Vicky Mann. So Vicky leads the commercial department for business development and membership and event sales at Renewable UK. Renewable UK is an association focused on all things renewables, and not just offshore wind, but all the portfolio of renewables. Prior to joining Renewable UK, Vicky works at Legion Trade Magazine, News, Renewable Energy News, a sales and marketing manager, and is currently director on the East of England Energy Group. Vicky. Andrew Oliver. So Andrew is chairman of Grimsby Fishdock Enterprises Limited and Port of Grimsby East, as well as a partner at Andrew Jackson's solicitor. So one of you saw the 60-minute segment on Port of Grimsby. Andrew would be a good person to speak with about that. In his role, he specializes in marine fisheries, environmental regulatory law. The Grimsby Fishdock Enterprises operates both as a traditional fish market and fishing port, but is also now Europe's largest offshore renewables operations and maintenance base. As a lawyer, Andrew advises on all aspects of regulatory law as they affect the marine and terrestrial environment, as well as ship and port-related accidents. Andrew is also chair of Humber Marine. Andrew. Carrie Forrester. So Carrie is CEO of the Workboat Association. His 18-year professional career has been dedicated to both onshore and offshore roles. within various maritime industries. He's an industry consultant and CEO of the Workboat Association, which is known as the trade association for workboat owners, operators, stakeholders, and professionals. And he's also non-executive director of Maritime UK, a collective voice for the UK maritime industries. Once a workboat vessel master, has offshore experience with offshore energy, survey, dive support, civils, and dredging markets. Gary actively represents the workboat industry and wider offshore contracting sector, speaking and chairing working groups and conferences, providing guidance and research to many national and international publications, campaigns, and government strategies. Gary is a member of the UK government's Clean Maritime Council and Shipbuilding Skills Taskforce, and a board member of the UK Maritime Skills Alliance. Gary, Hazel Lynch, please. Hazel is a highly experienced and successful business and product development manager with TTE International. She has significant experience in designing and managing learning and development projects for major employers, including BP, Tullow, and Shell, with activities including training needs and skills gap analysis, designing and operating training centers, and providing educational oversight to international training centers of excellence. She also has experience designing and implementing learning solutions for traditional, transitional, and renewable energy environments, as well as meeting nationalization and complex local content requirements. Okay. Mike Cohen. Mike is the Deputy Chief Executive of the National Federation of Fishermen's Organizations, the trade association representing the commercial fishing industry in England and Wales. The NFFO exists to support and advocate on behalf of its members, which range from 4-meter beach boats all the way to 120-meter pelagic freezer trawlers. And Mike, I'm still waiting to learn what a pelagic freezer trawler is. We'll talk about that. Mike joined the fishing industry when he co-founded and led one of the largest regional fishing industry associations in the UK. Mike was invited to join the executive board of the NFFO and was subsequently elected chairman. He joined the Federation staff at the start of 2022. He has worked extensively with the offshore energy sector since 2011 and has negotiated several successful coexistence agreements between the fishing industry and wind farm developers. Charlotte Brown. So Charlotte is Chief Commercial Officer at the Port of Tyne, which is near Newcastle, if you're familiar with English geography. Charlotte joined the port in 2021, bringing over 20 years experience in the energy, maritime, engineering, and technology sectors to the role. She's held a range of commercial roles at companies including Capgemini and DNV. Charlotte has a wealth of knowledge in growing and developing businesses across the energy sector from previous sales and divisional director roles in the UK, Europe, and the Middle East. Charlotte. David Williams. David is head of policy, communications, and economic development, the Humber region, with Associated British Ports. David joined ABP in January 2017 as part of the leadership team running the busiest ports complex in the United Kingdom, which handles 17% of the nation's trade, including 10% of the UK's energy supplies. He's responsible for all of ABP Humber's external relations, policy developments, partnership working, and the wider economic development of the Humber region. Prior to ABP, David worked for 8 years for Yorkshire Water, a major water and wastewater utility provider in various roles, including laterally as group head of corporate affairs. David is a former politician, having been the leader of City of York Council and has extensive political experience, having worked as a political advisor for members of parliament and ministers between 1999 and 2007. He's also a magistrate in the York Magistrates Court. David. Louise Smith. Louise is the director of the University of Hull's Center for Net Zero in the region, called the Aura Innovation Center, which is an interface between business and academia. Aura is an asset for the region to build low carbon capacity through innovation in order to foster clean growth, with particular focus on small and medium-sized enterprises, which are the backbone of the UK. Louise has spent most of her 30-year career in industry as a consultant on large multi-million-pound innovative energy projects. She joined the University of Hull in 2016, working to build a brand and reputation in the renewables, in the low carbon innovation space, consolidating the center's position in the region nationally and internationally. And last but not least, Colin Warwick. Colin is chair of the Fishing Liaison with Offshore Wind and Web Renewables, or FLOW, working group, and he works with the Crown Estate. Colin is an experienced fishing industry expert with over 50 years knowledge of the industry, having worked as a commercial fisherman and skipper vessel owner for 45 years, and serving the UK industry through various bodies and organizations. In February 2010, after coming ashore, he worked with the whole UK fishing industry as National Fisheries Liaison Officer for the Crown Estate, building relationships, looking at mitigation measures, and promoting coexistence between the fishing industry and the offshore wind and weapon wheel society. Most recently, he's been part of a team which delivered the NFFO, supported by the Crown Estate, a virtual floating offshore wind planning project, which was a fishing sector initiative that demonstrated by working together better planning than immediate achievers. And lastly, if I can share, also just introduce two of my UK government colleagues who are with us. So we have Amy Small, Amy, if you want to wave or stand. So Amy is our regional energy and climate advisor. She's based at the British Consulate in Houston. And then we also have Lexi Larson. So Lexi is based at the British Embassy in Washington and is a special assistant to the Global Issues Council at the Embassy. Thank you, Marshall.
Thank you, and thank you to all of our UK guests and those from the music with us this morning. I would encourage everyone in the room and bring our breaks and otherwise, if we have the opportunity to engage in conversation with our representatives from the United Kingdom, please to find that they are well with information on various topics that we're not talking about today, and that will be willing going forward. So again, thank you guys for coming. If there are any guests in the room who have not been acknowledged or introduced, would you please introduce yourselves at this time? Also, I want to acknowledge two of our active members that joined us virtually, Jim Banks and John White. And we also have John Harden and Kathy members joining us virtually as well. So thank you guys.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Holligan. I'm the Director of Business Development for Global Net Program. Do all the workforce. I'm coming to Norfolk, but I was president of Elizabeth City for many a year. So it's nice to be back in Northeastern North Carolina. And I am also the former director of Offshore Wind for the state of Virginia.
Hello, my name is David Lambert. I'm the Economic Development Project Liaison for the North Carolina Department of Environment. Good morning, my name is Peter Bedford. I am from North Carolina. Retired leader agency coordinator for the military government affairs.
Randy Chandler, North Carolina Military Business Center here at the Farmington.
Dr. Lambert, local one third about that was manager. Just my name, Greg.
And the American section was to all, if you did 2 years more.
I am Stephen Flock from the WSP. I'm Don Kirkman. I was formerly the Economic Development Director here in Carteret County, now retired. Tom Keyes, I'm the President of the Carteret County Chamber of Commerce.
Good morning and welcome to our deck. My name is Corey Black. I'm the principal at GRC Tech. Very I also working on president. Boards are
All right, it's always good to know who was in the room. So thank you, everyone. And I will just mention Tom Key, who introduced himself as a novel writer, and he is responsible, and thank you, Tom, for our breakfast this morning. So he generously donated that.
Get seen. Don't get seen.
Oh, I don't think we got it. So we are very grateful to Carteret Community College for graciously hosting us today. And I'd like to welcome Dr. Mancini, President of Carteret Community College, to formally thank you, Doctor, and also allow me the opportunity to talk to us about Carteret Community College and UGMRC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I speak with my teacher voice, can you hear me? Okay. Well, I'd like to welcome all of you to the Elizabeth and Doug Townsend Event Hall at Carteret Community College's Hospitality and Culinary Arts Center. This is our newest building on campus since 2005. So it's been quite a stretch, and it's been a really welcome addition to our campus. We're so glad you can enjoy the view and the hospitality here today. Our hospitality and culinary arts program really caters to this community. We have a wonderful high school program for students with disabilities and autism who come every day from the high school with chaperones and work with our chefs to earn food service technology certificates by the time they graduate from high school, and makes them highly employable in our service economy here. So we're very proud of that unique program. We also have a French exchange program where we send 2 to 4 of our graduates from culinary and baking and pastry to France every year for 5 weeks. They live and work with French chefs, and we're fortunate this week to have 2 of those French hosts here. I believe they're in the back helping to prepare your lunch. So we're delighted to welcome them. It truly is an exchange, but it's a really unique program that our culinary program offers as well. And finally, over the past year and a half or so, our culinary program has been helping to provision the geodynamics research vessel, Duke University Marine Lab research vessel. They have been preparing frozen foods and foods that can be easily reconstituted to make nice meals for the folks at sea for a month at a time or a week at a time. And it's exposing our culinary students to new career options for them. So we're very proud of this building and the programs that it houses. On behalf of Carteret Community College's Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students, I am delighted to welcome members of NCTOWERS, representatives of the Department of Commerce and other state committees, also the genial and enthusiastic UK delegation, many of whom I had the pleasure of meeting last night at the reception, and also other distinguished guests and participants today. Carteret Community College's mission is to serve and empower our students and coastal community by providing high-quality education, workforce training, and lifelong enrichment in an innovative and inclusive learning environment. And we take those words serve, empower, innovative, and inclusive very seriously here at Carteret Community College. We're committed to training individuals and providing a skilled workforce pipeline for emerging and existing businesses in our county. We're thrilled to host all of you and eager to learn from your work as task force members and from the experience of others who have paved the way and created and filled jobs in renewable energy. By way of context, Carteret Community College is one of 58 community colleges in North Carolina. We have around 1,500 curriculum students in any given semester and 4,000 continuing education or workforce students. We have the most beautiful coastal location, the prettiest campus of all 58, if I may say so myself. We pay keen attention to our community's needs and the businesses and industries here in the county. We are the only one of the 58 North Carolina community colleges with an aquaculture program. And I would love to show that to some of you fisheries folks if you get a short break today. We are the only one of the 58 with a curriculum marine propulsion outboard engine program. We also have the only U.S. Coast Guard approved testing classroom of all 58, where we do a lot of captain's licenses and other programs that Mr. Harker will talk with you about later. We have strong programs in other areas related to renewable energy and wind, including welding, diesel and heavy equipment, IT, culinary, forklift operators, commercial driver's license, and many other programs. We're proud members of MSEP, the Marine Science Education Partnership, that through proximity and partnership pairs us with some of the faculty at North Carolina State University's Center for Marine Science and Technology, which you can see out the window. It's located on our campus, and we occupy the 4th floor of that building for our science and English classes. We also work closely with Duke University Marine Lab in Beaufort and UNC Chapel Hill's Institute of Marine Sciences, which is just on the other east side of our campus. We work with these institutions of higher learning and related agencies that promote research on marine biology and ecology, coastal resiliency, and sustainable use of marine resources. We do not take our beautiful coastal location for granted. We try to be great stewards and take a keen interest in the sustainability of our natural resources and ways to address the formidable challenges presented by extreme weather, wind, and storm surge. Recently, we completed a new living shoreline along the south side of our campus. I hope you'll take a stroll out there if you get a break today. And we were awarded a North Carolina Coastal Federation Pelican Award for leadership in living shorelines. We also serve many veterans at Carteret Community College, separating Marines from Camp Lejeune and Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point. We have, they come here to gain workforce skills to begin their next careers after leaving the Marine Corps. We are a military-friendly gold school. We have a Veteran Student Success Center. We host the Military Business Center in this region, and we're so delighted to have Erin and Randy here today. And we also do special programs for our veterans like priority registration. We know that our veterans and their family members are a great source of workforce in our community. We are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion and have a DEI task force that does a lot of programming on campus. We're also part of a statewide rural college leadership program, and we work with 9 other rural colleges to increase access to higher education and training across our county. We are partnering with HBCUs. We have a partnership with North Carolina Central University in Durham, North Carolina for their GIS degree program. And we actually have one of our students who completed the bachelor's in GIS at Central, her master's in GIS at Central, and is now in the doctoral program in GIS at North Carolina Central, all while continuing to work in our tutoring center here at the college. We are also working with North Carolina A&T on a renewable energy EDA grant they've recently received, and I know Mr. Harper will talk more about that. And we're in preliminary discussions with Elizabeth City State University for offering supplemental certifications for their unmanned aircraft systems program. We also have excellent public school relations with Carteret County Public Schools. We bring in every 8th grader in the county each year to expose them to all the programs we have here. And we host Advanced Manufacturing Day, Construction Trades Day, Health Sciences Day, and Farm/Sea to Table Day so that our students can learn about our programs here. We are a small but mighty college. This year, Smart Asset in New York City ranked Carteret Community College the #2 community college in the nation on the criteria of favorable student-faculty ratio, affordability, and strong completion rates. And we are very proud of those factors and that distinction. We invite you to come back anytime for a tour of our facilities and labs. You will be amazed at the research and training that's taking place with our fantastic faculty and staff at Carteret Community College. So I'd like to thank our breakfast sponsor, Tom Ties, the author, and our campus cafe, Sweet Beans, for providing breakfast. Thanks to our lunch sponsor, Michelle Query, the Economic Development Director and the Economic Development Department of Carteret County, and to our chefs and students and visiting French chefs who are preparing lunch for you today. We welcome you and look forward to listening and learning today. Finally, we are pleased to present gifts to our UK delegation, which I'll hand out to you later. I think there's some really good bling in here. As a memento of this important convening and sharing of knowledge, experience, and camaraderie, we thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Mancini. I really appreciate you hosting us today. Opportunity to apply for that culinary program. Okay, before we hear from our panelists today, let me just give you a couple of first. One, the Financial Times released its first ever ranking month. The Financial Times released its first ever ranking this month of the top cities in America for attracting foreign investment. Now, while it wasn't Beaufort or Morehead City, we're all in this together. Okay, Charlotte and Raleigh finished among the top 10, with Greensboro rounding out the top 20. And I'm mentioning this because the reason is a skilled workforce was the most cited reason for investment into the U.S. in 2021. And that's what we're going to be talking about today quite a bit, is our workforce. And we've gotten there here in North Carolina by creating an education system with lots of different pathways to success, from high quality career and technical programs in high schools and community colleges, which you just heard Dr. Mancini talk about, to specialized degrees in universities. And our challenge is making sure to expand beyond the booming regions into all parts of North Carolina. So our focus today on workforce development is intended to help us do just that. Also, another first, 2 weeks ago today, the U.S. Department of Energy's National Renewable Energy Lab, NREL, published a first of its kind study that you will hear about again later today that examines future U.S. offshore wind workforce growth and identifies future workforce development needs. The report estimates that offshore wind industry will need an average of between 15,000 and 58,000 full-time jobs every year from 2024 to 2030. So guys, we have a lot of work to do to get our workforce ready. Depending on the moment, depending on the amount of American-made content used. So that's an increase from less than 1,000 jobs today supporting the industry. So just think about that, from 1,000 to 58,000. Workforce development is key. So most of these jobs would be in manufacturing, bolstering a domestic supply chain for offshore wind energy. Other jobs are likely to be added in project development, wind turbine installation, and ongoing operations and maintenance. So to guide offshore wind workforce growth, the report estimates that specific workforce needs, skill gaps, and opportunities for each of these areas. And we've posted a link to the full report on the NCTOWERS website. And if you do go to NCTOWERS, it would be helpful if you put NCTOWERS offshore wind, because there are two NCTOWER groups, unfortunately, with that name. Finally, I'd like to note North Carolina's continuing efforts towards our net zero goal. Just 1 week ago today, Governor Cooper signed Executive Order 271, which establishes the North Carolina Advanced Clean Trucks Program, which will require manufacturers of medium and heavy-duty vehicles to make an increasing percentage of the North Carolina fleet's zero emissions starting by 2025. Governor Cooper noted that the program builds on a multi-state commitment. North Carolina entered in July last year with 15 other states, so we're committed. And that calls across the country, that calls for all medium and heavy-duty vehicles to be zero emissions by 2050. So that's a little bit about what we're doing towards our zero emissions goals here in North Carolina. And I'm going to invite our Assistant Secretary of Clean Energy right now, Jennifer Month, to talk to us, to give us a report and update on other things happening in North Carolina and around the globe.
Insert in the folder. Did you already open it?
Oh, no. Oops.
Sure.
This one. That one. That looks right. So that looks right.
Hit it right here.
Here?
Yep, the WebEx. Yep, click there and share. Yep. Hit share. The presentation, which should be a
Where is
layer.
Let's see it. See it?
Okay, then, click X. View. You see presentation.
Sure, if our virtual attendees have questions, bring it to our attention.
It's full screen. Yeah, there you go, presentation. Yep.
Hello, everybody. Can y'all hear me okay? A little more? Okay. Thanks. Good morning to our guests and everybody on the task force. It's great to see you all again. Appreciate y'all joining us this morning. I'm Jennifer Munt, Assistant Secretary for Clean Energy Economic Development, and I'm back with you here this quarter for the quarterly update on the things that have been going on in the offshore wind space, both nationally and here in the state, that have happened since we met last in August. And so with that, I'm going to get started and try and manage this here. So this is just a brief overview of what I'm going to talk about, but I would like just to share that this picture here, I took myself from a boat off the coast of Virginia, about 25 miles off. Back in August, the day after we last met in Elizabeth City, we got a tour of the Virginia Seaval pilot project, which was awesome when I wasn't feeling sickly over the side of the boat. But I had a lot of good friends there to help me get through my moments of greenness. But it was a great opportunity to see with my eyes and with my ears what it is I've been working on for the past 4 or 5 years here for the state of North Carolina, and really feel good about all of this effort thus far. So with that, I'm going to jump right in and talk about the very important activities that are underway. And I don't know how to close that Zoom window, but we're just going to leave it there. So in terms of federal activities, I think probably the most salient and important update that that I'm so excited to share with y'all this morning is the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act back in August. It happened 2 weeks after we met in Elizabeth City, and it just opens the door and lays a path forward for North Carolina to really move forward with all of our efforts for offshore wind development. Probably the most important piece of that legislation was the removal of the Trump-era moratorium on leasing off the coast of our outer continental shelf. For 10 years, that moratorium was removed through dogged efforts by several members of the congressional delegation, including Congressman Ross and Congressman David Rouser. So lots of thanks to them for those efforts that they made to get that provision in the legislation that gives us the path forward for future leasing. I would also note that unfortunately, the provision does include some stipulations, a little bit of tit for tat, if you will. While there can be offshore wind leasing along all of the outer continental shelf of the entire United States, it's contingent upon BOEM also offering for lease oil and gas areas for oil and gas exploration and development. And so once those are offered for lease, then BOEM can go to the table and offer renewable energy leases back and forth. So, but that's okay. We're happy with what we've got. I would also note the other really important provisions in IRA, as I've learned that DOE likes to refer to it. It's not IRA, it's IRA, Uncle IRA, if you will, is that it provides $370 billion for clean energy programming to help move the United States towards a clean energy environment and help do everything that we can to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Some of those items include $750 million to several federal agencies to facilitate and improve and make more efficient permitting. And that is money to go towards agencies including Department of Interior, where the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management is housed, EPA, DOE, and the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, all of which will have a role and a say in how we get steel put in the water in all due haste. There are also, like I said, billions of dollars that were earmarked in IRA to go towards clean energy development. And I just pulled out a couple that are offshore wind specific. First of all, $10 billion are available in the expanded investment tax credit for new and upgraded renewable energy projects, a 30% tax credit for offshore wind projects that begin construction before 2026, and then an additional energy credit for solar and wind facilities, so that's on and offshore, that are placed in service in connection with low-income communities and tribal lands. There are also expansions for advanced manufacturing, or expanded tax credits for advanced manufacturing. And when it comes to offshore wind, that applies to equipment and parts. And the credits will range from 2 cents to 5 cents, multiplied by the rated capacity of the completed turbine. And that will begin in January of 23 and will sunset in 2030. There are also billions of dollars that are earmarked and set aside for grants and loans. For instance, $100 million for offshore wind transmission analysis and review, $2 billion to the federal loan, to the direct loan program for construction and modification of transmission facilities that will be necessary to move the energy from the places where it will be generated to where the demand centers are located. $760 million in grants to shorten the time that's required to approve high voltage transmission, and then $7 billion to EPA through its Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to states, tribal, and local governments to help provide financial and technical assistance to disadvantaged communities that are trying to deploy or benefit from zero emission technologies. So the trough is open, if you will, and we're really excited about what is coming down the pike. Other federal activities that I want to provide an update on, I shared with you when we met last in Elizabeth City that the White House, in partnership with 11 coastal governors, East Coast governors, established a federal state partnership on offshore wind, and they are collaborating to help build the domestic offshore wind supply chain and workforce, address regional matters, including transmission and interconnection, and address fishing and other co-ocean uses. So that partnership was established in June. And since then, the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs has been convening this group pretty much monthly. And they are focusing their first efforts and priorities on supply chain and exploring opportunities to use state power solicitations to help support domestic content commitments alongside local content commitments and offshore wind procurements. There are several state representatives, including a few people who are here in this room today, who are volunteering to participate on the new supply chain working group to help coordinate and leverage federal tools and financial assistance to help build a domestic resilient offshore wind supply chain that also delivers economic development to the states while avoiding inefficiencies and unsustainable duplication, minimizes costs to ratepayers, and reduces the risk of project delays. Other federal activities, I'm telling you, I just had a couple things to catch you up on over the past few months. In a parallel work stream, the Department of Energy through the National Renewable Energy Lab and the Northwest National Laboratory are advancing its, quote, Building a Better Grid initiative that was announced in January of this year. This initiative involves a robust offshore wind transmission analysis that's meant to inform the integration of all of those gigawatts of offshore wind that are in the project pipeline right now, analyzing transmission pathways and developing strategies to integrate that such that it is consistent and timely with the Biden administration's goal of deploying 30 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, and then to prepare and ready the United States for the more ambitious targets that are set for 2050. In November of last year, DOE also launched the Atlantic Offshore Wind Transmission Study, which is an ongoing work by these two national labs as well. And they are utilizing and deploying robust stakeholder engagement with a variety of stakeholders represented from the states, locals, and federal agencies to help coordinate and develop transmission solutions that will enable us to deploy this massive amount of energy once it's generated off of our coast. And those are just some cartoons that I grabbed from the efforts that are underway that are illustrating the transmission options from the coast and points of interconnection on land. And they don't even contemplate RTOs and ISOs that are on land and all of the intricacies and complications and complexities that those create. Another federal initiative that y'all might have heard about was announced just a couple weeks ago by the Department of Energy is the floating offshore wind shot, one of several DOE energy earth shots. This one is aimed at tackling the challenges that are related to reaching our national climate goals while creating jobs for U.S. communities. The floating offshore wind shot seeks to reduce the cost of floating offshore wind energy by at least 70% to $45 per megawatt hour by 2035 for floating offshore wind projects. And as we know, we are running out of shallow, fixed depth offshore wind project areas and availability. Floating wind is our future, including here in North Carolina. And so DOE is throwing a lot of effort behind reducing the cost so that it can be developed efficiently and cost effectively. And then lastly, and that doesn't show up too great with the contrast in here, but just recently, the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management released the results from the call for information and nominations that it released back in April regarding development in the Central Atlantic planning area, which, if you recall, when I shared with y'all earlier this year, contemplates development. Let me see if I can move this little box. Does that help? There we go. Contemplates development in these 6 large polygons off the coasts of Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, and North Carolina. Among the comments that were received included informational comments that were submitted by the state of North Carolina and all of our analogs along the East Coast. And BOEM also received 3 nominations for areas of interests by companies who are looking to potentially develop areas off of the coast. And there it is. I did a zoom in on this map so you can see these are the 2 polygons that are off the coast of North Carolina. The areas that are notated in green indicate interest from one of the companies. The areas notated in yellow indicate OCS blocks that were of interest to 2 companies. And those few that are in red were identified of interest by the 3 companies. And the 3 companies were Avangrid Renewables, which is currently a leaseholder for Kitty Hawk, US Mainstream Renewable Power, Inc., and OW North American Ventures, LLC, each of which have been deemed legally, technically, and financially qualified. So that is my federal update. Let me catch y'all up on a few state updates because, you know, we have stuff going on as well. For the past, really since we've been meeting, I've shared with y'all updates along the way about the development of the Utilities Commission carbon plan, excuse me. And if you recall, legislation that was signed by Governor Cooper last year, House Bill 951, Energy Solutions for North Carolina, directed the North Carolina Utilities Commission to develop a carbon plan that will set us on a path to reducing carbon emissions from the power sector by 70% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. The Utilities Commission back in September held 3 weeks of hearings during which it received hours of testimony from Duke Energy as well as several intervening parties. Presently, the commission is reviewing thousands or perhaps tens of thousands of comments and pages of filings, not only from interveners, but also from members of the public and other stakeholders who are interested in seeing the development of this plan. They're reviewing the written testimony and all of the hearing transcripts with the aim and goal of submitting the carbon plan by December 31st of this year. It's a tall order and they've got a lot of work to do. This slide just articulates some of the comments that are particular to offshore wind that have been submitted or articulated by various parties. I won't read those, but I would note that these slides, I think, are already available on the Towers website for anybody who wants to go and take a deeper dive. And then just want to take 2 slides and transition to one of today's, one of the themes that we're going to focus on here today at this meeting, and that's on workforce development. And so 2 related updates. And the first is that at the end of September, a core team of workforce and research leaders across both North and South Carolina, led by Dr. Mike Mazzola at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte in the EPIC Center, with principals from ECU, ECSU, the Department of Commerce, E4 Carolinas, Clemson University, and the South Carolina Research Authority. Together, we submitted a type 1 proposal to the National Science Foundation for funding to deploy what we're calling clean engines. And if y'all haven't figured it out yet, we are really good with acronyms in North Carolina. It's something we really excel at. Clean engine stands for clean energy to generate innovative new economic systems. And it's an innovation engine. And so what we would do is to create an ecosystem that is founded and focused on clean energy resource technologies, including land-based and offshore wind, solar, clean hydrogen, marine and other kinetic energy, and the electric delivery system in order such that we can support their integration efficiently into the grid. This ecosystem will leverage the creativity and research and development expertise and infrastructure and the professional networks of all of the partners that are participating in this application, and basically working to meet the carbon neutral goals that we have set here in North Carolina and some analogous goals that have been set in South Carolina. The proposed region of service for this clean engines innovation engine encompasses the Piedmont, which is central North Carolina, and the coastal region, I should say central North Carolina and South Carolina, and the coastal regions of North and South Carolina, with a strong focus on areas that are east of Interstate 95 that are traditionally known and referenced as the Southeast Black Belt or the Southeast Crescent, a region that has long been underserved or underrepresented, with communities that could really benefit from an injection of research and supports, especially in clean energy as this industry is burgeoning. Several of the clean engines partners are also backbone leaders in the Steps for Growth workforce development program that was funded by the U.S. Department of Commerce to help develop and create a pathway for clean energy workforce skills acquisition, certification, and credentialing. And we are working to build off of the work in Steps for Growth to create these innovative R&D and technologies that will take us to the next level and really put the Carolinas on the map as clean energy leaders and innovators for the future. We anticipate hearing from NSF at or around the first of the year. So keep your fingers crossed for us. We're really excited about the opportunity it may bring. And then lastly, this is a quick overview of just some work that we just did this time last week. Several of us were sitting in a room with other clean energy leaders, academicians, business and industry leaders and agency representatives to sketch out a strategy for developing our clean energy workforce for North Carolina. We wanted to bring everybody together, get everybody, well, as many people as we could fit into this one room, and start working out what it is we want to do and how do we thread and bring connective tissue to all these disparate efforts that are underway such that we can have a smart and implementable program and strategy for developing our clean energy sector workforce. It was done as a pre-conference workshop to in association with the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association's Making Energy Work annual conference. And in this workshop, attendees heard from agency leaders who described clean energy workforce initiatives going on across the administration. And then the room was led in a facilitated discussion by Dr. Bob Powell from NCTOWERS University, who helped everybody there articulate what their needs are, their challenges, strategies, and opportunities to build that robust pipeline of clean energy workers for North Carolina now and out into the future. Like I mentioned, this convening was meant to be the beginning or a start of this dialogue so that we can execute and implement solutions in due haste. And we look forward to hearing from our colleagues here from the UK to help us learn and hopefully deploy and implement some of your best strategies and really make some good positive change for the future in our workforce. And with that, I will turn it back to Madam Chair, answer any questions if we have time, but I'll be here all day. Thank y'all.
We're going to deviate from our agenda, our meeting to try to work on our audio system. So I'm going to take a 2-minute break and then we'll resume with. Thank you.
You all cleaned up, ready to go. Maybe the side button. Yeah, I'm on.
Is there, one already? We have this.
We can do the whole thing. So when you talk about hierarchy. So I do the. Vice view. And you're through.
Should be set.
Mute. Mute. Oh, they said they can hear everything.
All right. Test, test, test. Marquita? You wanna? I just unmuted everything, so.
All right, everyone, I said 10 minutes. We needed a little bit more time, but now we're ready to resume. If you would, please take your seats. If everyone would please take your seats, we'll have time later to resume these wonderful conversations I'm sure that you're having at lunch. We are ready to pick up our meeting. Please take your seats at this time.
Oh. Oh, the glare. So you're now unmuted. Certainly missed you.
Yeah.
And it is unmuted, so it's a hot mic now.
All right, if you would please take your seats. It's not picking up, it's on.
Oh, yeah.
All right, everyone, please take your seats at this time.
And they coordinate.
They're not going to be able to hear you either, Jess.
Yeah.
Can you use the hand mic?
We need. They're both up there at the podium. Nicole.
Yeah. See, yeah. I don't know if it's. Hello? No.
Picking up these. None of these. So.
Thanks.
We do not.
It's lovely. It's just really nice, so it's good. It's just great. I'll just introduce you. I don't want to sit down.
Okay, sure. Is it working?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. I think we're going to get started again. Will you please take a seat? Evan, thank you so much. Again, we're so grateful to have the opportunity to share some insights and expertise from our UK colleagues. It was great to receive a summary of what's happening here in the US. I think that there are many similarities, but also some differences, with what's going on in the UK. I think the UK is a little further along in some areas, but there are going to be some great conversations today, I think, about where are the gaps, what are some of the lessons learned, what's worked, what hasn't worked, perhaps even more importantly. But now we have the opportunity to hear from Albert Clark, who I introduced earlier. He's the global head of offshore wind at the Department for National Trade. So he is looking at the global landscape when it comes to offshore wind. So he can provide a little bit of context as well to how the UK is thinking about offshore wind, not just within the UK, but also across the world. So without further ado, Albert, the floor is yours.
Great. Can everyone hear me okay? Brilliant. So as Justin just said, I'm Albert Clark and I head up our offshore wind team in Department for International Trade. Thank you very much for having us here for what is very sunny weather for everyone in the UK. So I did put sun cream on this morning as I was a little bit nervous, but we'll go straight on into the slides now. So just to quickly give you a bit of an overview of offshore wind in the UK at the moment. So the UK is one of the world leaders in offshore wind. We actually have the second most installed capacity, so second only to China, with 12.7 gigawatts installed. We have a pretty monumentous ambition of 50 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. So that 50 gigawatt ambition also includes a 5 gigawatt ambition for floating offshore wind as well. We've got funding support to support offshore wind. So we've announced 160 million to support fixed bottom offshore wind in the UK. But we realize the importance of innovation as well. And having that innovation base early on will really like develop your supply chain as well. So we've had 31 million pounds in floating wind innovation support. But this target for 2030 or ambition for 2030 is not really the end of the story in the UK. So the Climate Change Committee, which is an independent body, estimates that up to 100 gigawatts of offshore wind could be needed in the UK by 2050. And this is really important for us because it's a landscape that shows how we can have development up to 2050 for investors as well. And when you think about decommissioning of offshore wind, we'll actually would have installed about 130 gigawatts by 2050, which is a monumental amount of offshore wind. And if you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, and I'll just see if I can move this box up a bit, this is kind of our deployment rate up to 2021. So we have 11 gigawatts in 2021, then this year that will go up to 12.7. So there's been a steady incline on the right-hand side of offshore wind deployment. But what's really important is that that's obviously a long way off our 50 gigawatt ambition. We expect that to increase exponentially over the next few years in the UK. And we have another 8 gigawatts coming online by the mid-2020s. So just quickly to go on to the next slide. So how does this tie into the UK's wider energy policy? So in light of the war in Ukraine, the UK government launched the British Energy Security Strategy. And this is a really important tool for the UK government because it's how we're diversifying our energy supply. So as part of this, we increased our ambition, as I've outlined earlier, but we also launched the Offshore Wind Acceleration Taskforce. So this is kind of a federal task force if you're in the US, looking into how we can deploy offshore wind at a much faster rate in the UK. So we have major barriers looking at like planning, grid connection, skills, capabilities, and manufacturing capabilities. So there's individual subgroups within this task force to look at how we can address all of these issues. But one figure here I think is really important is that in the UK, we estimate that up to 90,000 jobs could be created by offshore wind by 2030. And all of these jobs will generally be in regional deprived areas of the UK. So there's a lot of areas that are transitioning from oil and gas or like old fishing communities that are now moving into the offshore wind sector for really high value and high skilled jobs. So this is why it's like a major pillar of the UK government's net zero strategy, energy security strategy, but also our kind of economic growth. So offshore wind plays a key role in all of that. So I could talk about this slide for about 2 days of our like renewable deployment mechanism in the UK, but I've only got about 15 minutes to present with 5 minutes of questions. So I thought I'll quickly run you through how we deploy renewables in the UK. So we have a deployment mechanism called the Contract for Difference scheme. So how this works, if you look at the graph on the screen, on the y-axis, which is like electricity price, and then on the x-axis you have time. So if you imagine that as 15 years, if you're a developer looking to deploy offshore wind in the UK, so like Duke Energy or Total, like you have in North Carolina, you would bid into the Contract for Difference and you could say, I want to deliver 1 gigawatt of offshore wind at £40 per megawatt hour. And it's a competitive system that you bid against other developers, and those who bid with the best strike price win. So at any point during your 15-year private law contract, if you're successful, if the cost of electricity drops below the £40, which if you imagine is this red line on the graph, you get subsidized by consumer bills. So you get bumped back up to the £40. So you have a consistent price across 15 years. And at any point, if the cost of electricity goes above the £40, you actually give money back to UK government. So at the moment, electricity prices in the UK are like astronomical. So those like grey bars above the red line should probably be off the screen, really. So this year, we estimate that up to around like £390 million could be given back to the government by developers. And those were figures forecasted at the start of this year. Realistically, we think that up to £1 billion could be given back to consumer bills this year in deploying renewables. So not only are we deploying renewables at the fastest rate in Europe, we're also giving money back to taxpayers and consumers whilst we do it as well. So just to give you a bit of an idea of other ways that the Contract for Difference is really successful. If you can see in the top right there, it's quite small. We launched allocation round 1, which is the first auction round of the Contract for Difference in 2014. And the cost of offshore wind at that point was around £120 per megawatt hour. Over the past 7 years, and we've just had allocation round 4, the cost of offshore wind has reduced from around £120 to £37.35 per megawatt hour. And that was just under 7 gigawatts of offshore wind that was successful in allocation round 4. So the system's been great at driving down the cost of offshore wind, and we're hoping the same thing will happen for floating offshore wind as well. I wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of scale as well. So Dogger Bank, which is currently the UK's largest offshore wind farm at 3.6 gigawatts, and it's being installed at the moment. If you can see on the right-hand side there, that's the area that it takes up, and the area it takes up in the sea is around the size of Greater London. So it's massive, and I thought I'd try and put that in the context of North Carolina for you, and my maths may be a bit shaky, but I think it takes up around 1.2% of the land mass of North Carolina out in the sea. But what's amazing about this is although it's a massive infrastructure project out in the ocean, you still can't see it from the shore. So it doesn't kind of like upset any of the locals or anything like that. And it can provide like electricity for up to 6 million homes. So these are massive projects driving down the cost of electricity massively in the UK. So just to give you a bit of another idea of scale as well, and I thought I'd get some US landmarks up for you there. So Dogger Bank is using GE's Halide X, and it's a 12 megawatt turbine that we've got on the screen there, but the turbines they're using are around 13 megawatts in GE's. So as you can see, this is like a massive turbine compared to like the Empire State Building, and the blade lengths of it are around 107 meters long. What's slightly scary is this is not the latest generation of wind turbines. So allocation round 4 of the contract for difference now has 15 megawatt turbines. And in the press from Siemens Gamesa and other companies, we're now moving to like 18 to 20 megawatt turbines that will be deployed in the next 6 to 7 years. And the blade lengths of those ones, so the blade length of that is 107 meters, will be moving up to 132 meters in blade length. So these are massive, massive pieces of kit. And it really explains why if you're doing port infrastructure or other areas, why you need so much space. So that Dogger Bank wind farm has about 300 wind turbines out there. If you imagine each wind turbine has 3 blades at 107 meters, you need massive amounts of stage for storage, but also you need huge ships to be able to carry them, very heavy lift, among other things. So this is why it's very like job intensive offshore wind, but also why it's extremely like specialized and very high value, and why in the UK we've had so many like skills transfers and other things moving into the sector. So I've outlined a little bit about all of this already. So we have a very supportive policy and legislative environment in the UK. So the CFD we've spoken about, we just announced another 7 gigawatts of offshore wind, but we just launched the first ever competitive floating offshore wind auction round in the UK. So it was for a smaller project of around 32 megawatts, but the strike price for that project was £87.30p per megawatt hour, which to be honest was a bit lower than we expected, but it shows how innovative that sector is as well. And you think how much the price of offshore wind came down, we spoke about earlier, from that like 120 to 37 pounds over 7 years. This could dramatically come down over the next few years as well as these projects get up to like gigawatt scales. As I said earlier, you know, there's the 390 million stat there. We're giving money back to consumers, but we actually think that will be around £1 billion. Just quickly as well, in the UK, we have massive seabed leasing across all areas. So we have a big floating leasing round in the Celtic Sea soon. We've also announced 25 gigawatts through ScotWind 1 and a further 2 gigawatts through ScotWind 2. And a monumental 17.8 gigawatts of those projects are floating offshore wind. But not only are we kind of deploying fixed and floating offshore wind for electricity supply, a lot of these projects are going to be supporting green hydrogen, among other areas as well. So we're transitioning into all of that space, and that creates a whole nother area of jobs and skills in this kind of green revolution in the UK. And finally, we have something called the Innovation Targeted Oil and Gas, or INTOG. So this is where there'll be floating offshore wind among fixed bottom offshore wind that will decarbonize oil and gas rigs as well. So that will directly supply their electricity supply. So even getting oil and gas in the UK will be moving towards a more greener system. So just to give you a bit of an idea about the pipeline in the UK. So the dark blue bars on here are fixed bottom, and then the red bars are floating. So the Crown Estate, which is our leasing company in the UK, it's actually owned by the Crown, the King. They estimate that up to 86 gigawatts of offshore wind and floating offshore wind is in the pipeline. So that is operational, in construction, consented, in development, and obviously planned future seabed lease. But this is what makes the UK such an attractive market for investment and foreign direct investment, among other areas. And when we speak to developers, we kind of say you're going to have a constant supply of projects. And the kind of issue now is we can't get enough manufacturing in the UK to meet all our demands. And Europe's massively increased all of its targets as well. So manufacturing capability is becoming a real barrier to our deployment in the UK. And we want to capture as much as we can and get as many jobs as we can. So I outlined a little bit earlier about like OAT, or our Offshore Wind Acceleration Task Force. So I'm aware, like in North Carolina as well, you have some issues around the length of time it takes to deliver projects. And this is a big problem in the UK as well. So this task force has been launched to address all of this. And at the moment, some leasing can take around 4 years, and we want to cut that time down to at least 1 year. And environmental assessments have always been a big barrier to our deployment in the UK. So what the government's trying to do at the moment is take a bit more of a strategic approach. So often wind farms can affect bird migration or other areas. So to give you a bit of an example, we have developers in the UK that are regenerating rundown oil and gas rigs into like massive bird sanctuaries. So although it may affect migration slightly, they now have like bird sanctuaries, so the actual level of birds do not degrade at all in the UK. So this is kind of how we're trying to like balance out our deployment rate with also environmental degradation. Grid is a massive barrier, as I'm sure it is in most countries around the world. So we need to accept an additional 23 gigawatts of connection by 2030 to be able to meet our targets. So we've launched some schemes, which is actually very similar to what you were talking about earlier, of just streamlining our connections on land and preventing us to like take the quickest route or having like multiple offshore wind farms through one substation. So we have very similar thinking in that area. But as I just said a minute ago, manufacturing capability is a huge barrier. So there's a total ambition across Europe of 160 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. At the moment, there's only the capacity to deliver 7 gigawatts per year. So we're going to have to massively ramp up our supply to be able to supply over 15 gigawatts per year by 2026. So this is a massive opportunity for the UK, but it's also a massive opportunity to supply here. And I don't think that much of the supply chain in Europe will be able to supply the US. It's going to be completely filled up with orders from Europe and the UK. So it gives you a massive opportunity here in North Carolina to like capture that whole supply chain and generate a huge number of like very high value jobs. So I just wanted to quickly talk through the Offshore Wind Manufacturing Investment Support Scheme that was launched in the UK. So we launched this scheme to address like infrastructure requirements in the UK, but also address manufacturing capability requirements in the UK. And what we did was offer some kind of subsidy support to manufacturers interested, and also gave funding to one port to build like a massive area. We needed spaces of around over 200 hectares to ensure that you can get the amalgamated benefits. I won't touch too much on it as we have a ports discussion later, but through that scheme and supporting them in the past 18 months, we've leveraged over £1 billion of public and private sector investment in manufacturing, so high value jobs, and over 2,500 direct jobs. And those direct jobs also lead to massive amounts of indirect jobs as well. So from the UK government perspective, we have a 1-to-1 ratio. So it's around 5,000 direct and indirect jobs that have been created in the UK over the past just 18 months for this. And this is just for the manufacturing. When we take into account investment across the whole of offshore wind, in the past year alone, we've secured £9.6 billion worth of investment in the sector. So the opportunities are huge and the numbers are obviously quite monumentous. So I just quickly wanted to talk through a few lessons learned that we can share with you. But just before I do that, on the right-hand side of the screen, you can see some yellow squares and some dark blue squares. So this is just to give you a bit of an idea of how obviously all the benefits that we get from offshore wind are always on the seaside coastal towns. As you imagine the size of these blades, 132 meters coming up, they cannot travel far, otherwise your logistic costs are way too high. So all the benefits will be amalgamating on the coast, but the yellow boxes are really where there's floating benefits in the UK, where there's floating potential, and then the dark blue boxes are where there's fixed bottom. So if you move into floating offshore wind, it just opens up a massive amount of more area for your state. Then in terms of lessons learned, our main lessons learned really are that future-proofing was key. We have a few examples of factories in the UK that didn't expect blades to get any longer than like 80-ish meters. Now we're at 132 meters, so they're having to massively expand all their factories to account for it. So never doubt how quickly the sector will grow. Innovation, we've got a big blade testing facility in the UK. This has been key for companies to prove their capabilities, and then also that kind of triggers investment down the line. And it's the same for our floating innovation programs. Infrastructure, I spoke about this a little bit earlier, but it's really important to make sure that you have the right ports in place, like longer than 400 meter quays, really heavy lift, and massive areas for laydown where you can have all of the components, like just for storage as well. We call something the chicken and egg problem in the UK. but this is often where you have major issues that developers don't want to use a manufacturer unless they have a factory built, and a manufacturer refuses to build a factory unless it has an order from a developer. So they're kind of pulling in different directions. So the earlier that you can give confidence to manufacturers to build, and I think your Inflation Reduction Act is doing a brilliant job to do this, the more likely you are to capture all the benefits. And then, yeah, just the state-specific strategy and understanding your own limitations. So in the UK, we deliberately targeted blades, monopiles, cables, and towers, as we realized we just simply wouldn't be able to compete with Asia on areas that had like very high labor hours. So jackets and things we tend to not target. And we've had huge success, as I've said, attracting over £1 billion worth of investment. Then just on my final slide, I just thought quickly it would be great to touch on floating offshore wind in the UK. So you could see from the graph earlier, the two massive areas of benefits. We've obviously had our floating offshore wind auction, which is, first floating offshore wind auction, which was great. And it was won by Hexagon's Twin Hub. And we've also had the Celtic Sea Leasing Round, which will be launching next year. We've had Scotland with 15 gigawatts, but we're also home to the world's first floating offshore wind farm and the world's largest as well. So these are great sites. If you ever come to the UK and would like to visit, I'd really recommend to go out to Kincardine up in Aberdeen. But to give you another idea of scale, they estimate that the 20 megawatt turbines that are expected in the next 7-ish years will have substructures, what they sit on in the sea, the size of like an American football field. So again, they're like massive pieces of infrastructure. But I don't know if anyone has any questions. I think we've got a few minutes.
Okay, it's not.
It's in for the meeting, but that doesn't go through the loudspeaker.
Okay, all right. Thank you for the presentation, Albert. So with this global recession looming,
yeah,
do you see the prospects for this industry offsetting the negative effects or being negatively impacted by the effects? I mean, will this be able to, help lighten that impact on Britain and, maybe the world by extension?
Yes, I probably won't be able to do it quite as eloquently. But the question was around if we see the impacts of the global recession, if offshore wind will have a positive or negative impact on that, basically. So I think the answer is both, really. So the sector's been impacted very negatively by the massive rise in commodity prices that the war in Ukraine has had. So as a result of that, a lot of the offshore wind projects in the UK, their profit margins have been squeezed massively. So that means that they've not been able to use as much as the UK supply chain as we would have liked. So a lot of the time they've been forced to buy from areas like China and import to the UK. So we've lost out a lot of the UK benefits. But on the other hand, the rate of deployment hasn't really slowed down in the UK as a result. And the 7 gigawatts of allocation round 4 that we had recently was the largest offshore wind auction ever. So it's a very resilient sector, and they've been able to adapt massively throughout the last few years. But they all are now saying that the price is being pushed way too low. So from the UK government perspective, we're now considering, is a price first approach of just driving down the cost on developers too much? Do we need to be thinking around non-price factors and other areas that can help drive in the benefits across the area? And that's really where the most concerns are now. And developers feel that their main barrier to deployment will be the manufacturing capability, which they don't have the funding to support. But in the US, your Inflation Reduction Act goes a long way to give the developers that confidence to build the factories. So I would say it's probably more of an issue in the UK than it will be from the US.
Thank you.
A quick question. Thank you for the presentation. Could you repeat the 4 product categories that you're trying to attract manufacturing capacity? I got monopiles, towers. I think you said blades.
Yeah.
And
So blades, monopiles, towers, and cables. And we also target transition pieces a little bit as well, but those are the 4 main ones, yeah.
And of the manufacturing capacity that you're trying to attract to the UK, how much of that is actually being set up by domestic companies based in the UK versus foreign investment? And then what markets have you had the most success getting foreign investment from for those production categories?
It's a good question. So the truth is the UK is actually, in terms of domestic companies, pretty terrible at manufacturing. So the companies that we've attracted recently, like Seya, are a South Korean monopile foundation facility. Siemens Gamesa are Spanish-German. We've had JDR Cables, who are a Polish company. So there's always like a massive variety. And we also had Smolders, who are a Belgian company building transition pieces. We're working with companies from like Japan, other areas to like invest in cable manufacturing too. So from a UK perspective, we just want the jobs here. And if they're kind of domestic or foreign companies, it doesn't matter to us too much as long as there's no energy security risks.
Great. Thank you very much.
We were speaking to lessons learned.
Yeah.
You alluded to the chicken and egg problem with supply chain and creating certainty. And I think that we are in a very similar situation in North Carolina right now. And I think that both offshore wind developers and supply chain companies that are looking at setting up shop in North Carolina will say that they are looking for market signals and just any type of certainty to the supply chain pipeline. What are some of the things that you would say are key to creating certainty, or that you would have said that the UK should have done earlier to create that certainty?
Yeah. So I think the premise of that question is basically in terms of lessons learned, what are the kind of things we're considering now to like increase pipeline certainty and order confidence to like manufacturers to build early? So from the UK perspective, infrastructure is where we really messed up in fixed bottom offshore wind. We didn't have that in place. So there was actually nowhere for the manufacturers to even build. So they would have to get a port built first, and then they could build their manufacturing facility. So that timeline was always way too long for them to build. I think among other areas, we kind of tried and tested things of like offering subsidies to companies to say, we'll give you like X amount of grant funding to get rid of this initial market risk to come to the UK. We didn't have major success there either, because again, it all falls back on order certainty. So areas we're trying to look at now to try and drive in that support is, we have a great example in the UK of, say, a big monopile foundation facility, £400 million. So a monopile, if people don't know, is what you hammer into the seabed and you stick your turbine on top. But Ørsted, who are one of our developers in the UK, put a very early order on them of around 20% of their total order. Ørsted had a 2.8 gigawatt project, and that was the triggering order for them to invest in the UK at risk. So what we're trying to do is get developers to work together more closely, and they all don't have to take the initial risk themselves, but if they all did say 10 to 20% of their order, it would be enough for that company to then invest in the UK. So we're exploring that as like a route forward. But it's a very, very difficult problem. And I think for me, though, where we always fall back is just the infrastructure. So I think getting the ports built early is really what you need to do, North Carolina.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This one's scribbled over the head, this one's.
And here in Worcester, just so associations of events.
I'm right over there. So do you know this, right?
Okay. All right, well, welcome. And just to briefly reintroduce the group you have before us. So we have Hazel Lintz from TT International, which It's part of Middlesbrough College, and for those who are geographically challenged, Middlesbrough is on the sort of halfway down on the east coast of England. Hopefully I characterized that correctly. And then we have Louis Smith from the University of Hull, who directs the Aura Innovation Center, which brings together public-private partners around research and innovation. And then we have Carrie Forrester, who's the head of the Workboat Association in the UK. So as you can tell from their backgrounds, they each bring interesting perspectives when it comes to the topic of workforce and education and training. And Perry Harker is my co-moderator here as well, so I'm just kicking us off, but we'll be alternating, so you don't have to get sick of either one of us. But first, just to start with Perry, perhaps you could tell a little bit about yourself and your current work, and then particularly any training and educational activities that the Workboat Association is involved in that supports Offshore Wind.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. So as the introduction earlier, you've heard, I'm the Chief Executive of the Workboat Association. It's a trade association of vessel owners and operators of small commercial vessels, so vessels under 500 tons, typically working in offshore contracting, but we do some public sector work like local ferries and small river and inlet area projects. A lot of the work that we do is actually around offshore wind. It's probably around a third of the work that we have within our association, which has got around 1,000 vessels which are directly under our rule, but our members are owning around 2,500 vessels collectively. And a third of that is offshore wind. So that shows just how important it is within the UK's industry. For us, the main roles that we're performing are in construction a lot more. So in the construction phase of a wind farm, there's a lot of individual projects happening at the same time. So it means that there's a lot more vessels in that initial stage. It might be that some of those vessels need a bit more diverse application. And it might be that some of them are the same vessels that will be stuck there for the longevity of the wind farm. So typically crew transfer and equipment supply vessels. In terms of training, what we noticed is, and this is especially apparent at the moment with the global employment crisis, we're really stuck. We heard earlier, stuck for manufacturing in the UK, but we're stuck for employment as well. So with the goals that were being set out earlier by Albert, we've got a long way to go, and especially a long way to go in terms of employment. We found that getting young people into the industry, if we start training them now, they're not actually going to be filling the roles for another 3 to 4 years, of course. Apprenticeships for us have been the way to go forwards within the UK. When I started, I kind of had to find my own way into the industry and also through the industry. There was no government-funded route, and there was no structured route to the training that you would receive on board the vessels. In the UK, maritime cadetships start at 500 tons and above. So if you're going deep sea on a large ship, you've got structured routes and government funded as well. But underneath that, there isn't any structure to it. So as an industry, we've created apprenticeships. And for us, that's really been the keystone in making sure that we've got the structure to getting the right workforce and that we need to support our industry and the growth of it in the future.
Thank you, Carrie. That's excellent. Louise, to speak next, from your perspective, sitting at a university and.
Yes, so I work for a university, but most of my career has been spent in oil and gas. So I'm one of the transition people into renewable energy. And my role as director of the Aura Innovation Centre is to be that interface between industry and academia. Often needs quite a lot of translation. So the Aura Innovation Centre came about 7 years ago, just as the Humber, which leads in offshore wind in the country, sort of in the northeast, on a big estuary. And the idea was to ensure that the region benefited from offshore wind, so that the jobs didn't go out of the region, that the small and medium-sized enterprises particularly, not the top tiers who get the benefits automatically. And so if you imagine a Venn diagram with skills, industry and enterprise, and then the big research, development and innovation. And we think that we're unique in that, bringing those three elements together because they're interlinked, interdependent. So we started in offshore wind, but what we found 7 years on is that it's actually about the much wider decarbonisation discussion. It's about net zero. And actually that's helped bring everyone together because those different audiences and stakeholders all have different perspectives. I think what I'd say on skills, so I'm not an academic, I'm not a skills expert, but what I know is that in the UK, we have a skills gap, a skills shortage, and a labour shortage, and all those three are slightly different definitions. And this is a big problem for us, as Albert mentioned. By 2050, we've committed to 50 gigawatts. We're going to need 100,000 people. There are about, I think, about 30,000 now, Albert. Yeah. So we've got 8 years to ramp up. We haven't got enough people. But, you know, this is a conundrum. It's a complex, you showed your skills pyramid. We talk more about a pipeline. And it's really difficult to upskill everyone quickly enough. And you end up with the perennial catch-22 where the training organizations, so universities and colleges say, well, what do you need to industry? And industry goes, well, we're not sure. And then, you know, colleges go, well, we can't train, and it goes on and on like that. My view, and this is my personal view, is that we look at skills in way too linear a way. You know, you go to primary school, then secondary, then university. We should be doing this differently, I think. We should be doing it. Why can't you learn, work, learn, and have continuous learning? So, you know, with Teams, we saw that lots of things suddenly could be done online. So why can't we, the universities and higher education and the colleges, that's a thing that people can do. We're all going to be working longer. Bad news. For those we have an aging population. I'm assuming you do as well. We've got to keep people in work longer, keep their interest longer. So I think there's such an opportunity. I think we have a once in a generation opportunity to not keep doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 100 years. You know, I think equality, diversity, and inclusion is such an opportunity. But let's change the way we work so that more women can come back into work. You know, rather than start their own businesses and then we end up with all the silos. I think from our perspective, the skills agenda is really hard to grasp because it's disconnected and disjointed, particularly in the Humber. It makes it very difficult. Everybody's got different agendas. So I think that's a challenge that we've got to rise to and get beyond. I think, in my view, the whole climate change agenda is an opportunity to join all that up. See it as something we all need to work towards. Whatever our views are of what causes climate change, I don't think it matters because it's an opportunity. I think the role of universities, we found that there's a lot of value rather than just number of students doing number of courses. So offshore wind has brought us the opportunity to develop our Energy and Environment Institute, which started at the same time as Aura with 5 people. We now have nearly 200 postgraduate researchers in that sort of wider climate change, flood, offshore wind, decarbonisation, and other energy sources. And I think for the university, that's been really great. Universities have a huge impact on sort of their communities. Yes, they're there for education and skills, but they're also there as a key part of the university. They're non-profit and they have a civic duty. That's very much what we think. So that sustainable environmental justice is something that universities can really contribute to. And that goes beyond just teaching and knowledge exchange. And I think we've really seen that we've been able to add that value as agnostic institutions. We're not political, we're not government. I think that's a real opportunity. One of the problems, of course, are silos, and we've got to break that down within our own organization, but also in the region and also nationally. I think, finally, the other thing that we can really work on is walking the talk. So universities have vast estates that consume a lot of energy. So what can we all do to walk the talk, not just talk the talk, which we often try and do a lot of. So I think one of the things we're trying to do in my team, which is really there to help innovation and help small and medium-sized companies, which are much harder to help because in the Humber, and I believe it's the same here, 85% of our companies in the Humber are 10 people and fewer. They don't have that spare capacity to send staff off on courses. So we've got to work with them, but also help them innovate because they have the capability. They just need that support. So internships are a brilliant way. So our recent graduates, getting them jobs as interns, that's another opportunity that we have. And then just finally, we did some work for Natural England, who are one of what we also like acronyms a lot, SNCBs. I had to look it up, statutory nature conservation bodies. So this is an example of where Natural England lead the sort of regulatory and permitting process for offshore wind farms. They can't get enough people to work for them because they don't pay huge amounts. Industry poaches all their people because they pay them more. Then industry gets upset because there's the permitting slowing down because they don't have enough people. So they asked us to do a study for other, how could we speed up that pipeline? Because Kerry, you mentioned it takes 3, 4, 5 years. There's a lag in getting people upskilled. And so we've looked at ways that we could be creative and sort of upskill more quickly and perhaps talk to industry about doing internships rather than poaching the staff and losing that knowledge as well. So really, I think there's a lot of challenges, but there's such an opportunity to be different, to innovate in education and skills as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Louise. And Hazel, if you want to share a little bit about your experience maybe working overseas and developing some of these programs.
Okay, so as I said to you earlier, I'm Hazel Lynch. I work for TTE International. I've been there 22 years. I started as a trainer, worked my way up. Prior to that, I worked in British Steel. So I was steel industry, which sadly is no more. When we started with TTE, it was actually formed from the steel industry and from the chemical industry, the petrochem. And they thought, well, education isn't really our core strength. So we'll create our own company and we'll have a core strength in education. We'll keep production separate and education separate. And we went along and we worked for maybe 30 years as a separate entity, delivering engineering training, particularly to oil and gas and to petrochem. In 2019, unfortunately, like a lot of small companies, we hit financial troubles. So what happened was a local college came in, bought us. Fantastic. We all had jobs at Christmas, even better. And we've become part of a much bigger organisation. So from going from 100 people, we've got 1,000. From going from, say, 500 students a year, we've got 15,000. So we've got so much scale now that we didn't have. So as well as being able to offer the engineering programs that you need for the renewable industries, but we can also offer the wider supply chain. So we can reach out to the logistics, we can reach out to catering, to hospitality, whereas before we were very focused purely on engineering. We were looking at the electrical, the instrumentation, the mechanical, the welding and fabrication. But because we were a small company, we didn't really have the skill to be able to do it, say, on your sort of size and work with the organisations. But because we've come from a small company background, we've got the flexibility to be able to work with employers and meet their needs, because we're used to having to talk to them. And sometimes big companies and big colleges can expect companies and organisations and employers to bend to their will. This is the course we've got and you will do it. Whereas coming from a small company and having to be very commercial, what we've had to do is literally get down to the nuts and bolts of what does that employer want, and how can we meet that need and give them a solution that's a whole solution. We're not just giving them a qualification. We give them a person that's fit for purpose, so that they know to get up on time, they know about permit to work, they know about health and safety, they appreciate the wider aspect of being a good employee rather than just being somebody who's got a piece of paper. And that's what we've brought. Took it to the oil and gas industry, and we've done a lot of work in Africa, in the Far East, you know, and the Middle East, because oil companies came to us and said, we don't want, got nothing against colleges, we don't want the college experience. We want the training experience where you operate your training business like we operate our company, so that the experience that those people get when they go into the workplace, they are ready to work. And that's what we've brought into the renewable industry as well. I introduced renewable qualifications in 2017. We knew that for us, the oil and gas industry, we'd had crashes, the price fluctuated. As a small company, we just couldn't continue with all of our eggs in the oil and gas basket. So we introduced GWO, so the Global Wind Organisation mandatory training. And that was a starting point for us because it allowed us to widen our net and actually do something on our doorstep. Instead of always looking to Africa or the Middle East, let's do something that's close to us and use our skills to bring something back to our region. Okay.
Thank you. So if I can turn back to Carrie for a moment. So Carrie, you've been responsible in your various roles for ensuring workers are well trained, meeting industry safety standards, and you've been in charge of project management as well. So based on your experience as we explore the entire ecosystem that will need to be established around offshore wind, how do you think about the training that's required around safety, around security, some of these other areas that may be beyond engineering that Hazel mentions?
Okay, well, yeah, this is with a prior hat on, I guess, as an operator of vessels. My experience operating vessels, my remit was I had vessels working in the very north of the UK. So as far as you can get north in Scotland and in the islands above it, all the way down to the bottom of the South Indian Ocean. And I had them working at the same time. And the biggest thing I learned was there's a lot of cultural aspects to training that goes on outside of direct physical hands-on technical training. This differs a lot country to country, expectations different a lot. And I am sure, and I can't tell you all the answer because I'm sure in America, United States, you've got, well, even state by state, extremely different expectations compared to what we have in the UK. I live in the Netherlands. I don't actually live in the UK myself, but I notice a huge difference also in the expectations between the UK and the Netherlands, yet we're separated by less than 100 miles of sea. For example, one big case study I can give you, in the UK, we have a rule which was set out by our health and safety executive to say that when you first climb up a wind turbine monopile and you stand on the vessel and you're about to climb the ladder, you need to clip on to the turbine and then you start to walk. In the Netherlands, they say, no way, you are not connecting yourself to something that you're not standing on. If you're standing on a boat, you do not connect yourself to a fixed asset. So they say, the rule here is you have to climb up the ladder and then clip on, and then you walk the rest of the ladder once you've got to that safer place away from the boat. It's two very different ways to control safety. And that's going to change from project to project, from country to country, and here from state to state, I'm sure. And your workers, if your offshore wind industry goes the same way as that ours has done in Europe, your workers will be migrational workforce. I know when we think about it, we're looking at local employment, and yes, there will be local employment. There will be local jobs here, for example, if you have an offshore wind farm here, but I guarantee many of them will also be earning their cut working outside of North Carolina. And the expectations on them will be different in that place. So it's a case-by-case basis. We were speaking yesterday with the fishermen locally here, and we were discussing with them, it's about setting out that guidance at the beginning, making sure that everyone's understanding exactly what the expectations are before you start working. And that's exactly the same whether it's external or internal. When you sit down and you will have a number of companies working together on the same project, you aren't working for your endpoint, your tier one supplier. So, for example, we heard earlier about the companies that are looking at building here. that isn't the company you're working for. You might be working for an engineering subcontractor, which is working for an engineering subcontractor, which is working for the cable installation company, which is working for the balance of plant installer, which is working for the owner of the wind farm, who is subsidized by the government. So who are you working for? Are you working for the mayor? Are you working for the government? Are you working for the engineering contractor? There are so many stakeholders, and the important thing to do is make sure everyone is understanding what the expectations are before you put your hand on the spanner. And that's the important thing.
Thank you.
I'd like to direct the next question to all three panelists. North Carolina's newly established MOU with the United Kingdom presents an opportunity for us to collaborate and learn from each other. Would each of you please reflect upon your offshore wind experience and the lessons that you learned? What do you know now that you wish you knew when you first started that journey?
I suppose one of the things I wish that I knew at that time was that how different when you're bringing in a new qualification systems, how differently different auditors and different regulation bodies actually interpret the standards, because you can have.
So we have a microphone coming for you.
I was going to say, one of the things is when you introduce new qualifications and you're working with new awarding and regulatory bodies at the start, how different auditors can actually interpret different standards. And we had it with the GWO. So if you take basic technical training, one of the areas that we offer, it says in there that you've got to have first aiders within your facility. Okay? So we took that to mean, as long as we've got first aid personnel within our building, then we're fine. It doesn't mean that the trainer of that course has to have a first aid certificate. Yeah? That's how our compliance manager interpreted it. That's how our first auditor interpreted it. When it came to our re-accreditation, the second audit further down the line, guess what happened? Non-compliance. Your trainer has to have a first aid certificate. Yeah, so that's where I think one of the things we learned is to be really clear on the standards and how people will interpret them. And one of the things that we did to overcome that is we got our compliance manager to go and actually do the auditor training so that they could then interpret standards, in the same way that all of the auditors hopefully do. And the other thing that we considered is that standardization, even between people working for the same organisation and applying the same standards, doesn't always occur. And coming from an education background, we're always told we have to standardise what we do and we have to share best practice, and people have to appreciate, look at the qualification and how it's being applied, but the awarding bodies don't always do that. So that would be something that I have learned, and I wish we'd had our compliance manager go through and do that training at the very beginning, and then maybe we wouldn't have got a non-conformance.
Louise and Carrie.
So many things. But picking on one on skills, because that's what we're here to talk about. I guess, I mentioned the Venn diagram and we had skills, and being a university, we thought, and everybody else was going, oh yeah, you do skills, your university. It's been the hardest to do. It really has, because of the disconnected, disjointed way, and actually we need to really revolutionise the whole education system in the UK, and that doesn't work either because one of our ministers fell on his sword for that. So, but I think probably it's to be agile, to do a lot more CPD, so continual professional development, which is really hard for a university to contemplate because they think in such long term. So I think I would say be aware of that time lag. You need right people, right place. It's got to be the right time. And there's a lag. And in education and higher education, the higher you go, the longer the time lag. So you will only see the benefit of your decision 4, 5, 6 years later. And you've got to be patient, and industry and government are not patient, and nor are politicians, local politicians. And I'd say that is, once you get that pipeline starts to come through, the benefits and the added value to the region and to the educational organisation and to everyone is amazing. So I think it's that, it takes time.
For me, I'm going to speak very openly and transparently because I really want to make a difference to how things are going to happen here. And that'll probably be a very different answer to the corporate answer I would give as well. My first day on a wind farm was the day the first monopile was being put in the ground on a round one wind farm in the UK 15 years ago. We did things the wrong way. We did things the right way. You know, some of those practices are still happening now. We honestly wasted a lot of money. And we honestly, unfortunately, caused too many fatalities. I don't want to see that happening again anywhere around the world. And it is still happening now in offshore wind, within continents where we are and others. Please don't do it here in America. Please don't rewrite the book. There are literally written books on how to operationally perform offshore wind safely, efficiently, and correctly. Please follow them. Please, please, from my heart, follow them. Because I don't want your sons and daughters being the ones that aren't going home. I want to make sure that North Carolina has challenging jobs for great money, for rewarding work, and supporting their families. And if I can say anything to any of you is, get involved in writing those books, but first, follow them, understand it yourself, work out what the challenges and how they're going to vary here, potentially state by state or in the America as a whole. There will be changes that have to fit in with your legal systems, etc., which won't be quite correct to how we've done it in Europe. But please just take what's already been written, literally written, and don't rewrite the book before you've started actually operationally working.
Hopefully I don't get two microphones here. I think I may. Okay. Well, thank you all very, very much. So each of you have touched on, I think, in your comments to some degree or another, the importance of talking early, aligning early in the process. Could you give some concrete examples, Louisa, maybe from your experience at Aura, of bringing stakeholders together? We have folks in this room from all different walks of life and all different aspects, but from a process perspective, what worked, what didn't work? What are the platforms that have proved most effective? Were they technological? Were they human? And how have you, what would you recommend as we here in North Carolina work together to advance the conversation? What is the most effective way?
I think I'll mention that collaboration word. It is easy to say, so hard to do. And I think that's been, Aura was set up to be a collaboration. I think it's had some amazing fruit, but it depends on how collaborative the organization is, how open about their agendas they are. And some of our members are, some of our partners, because we don't ask for money. Yeah, that was another lesson learned. Nobody wants to pay. So I think some organizations like Siemens Gamesa really understood what that meant. So when they said they'd do something, they did it. And I think that came from leadership. So I think one of our things I would say, and it has to be senior leadership that is consistent and long-term, and then everybody else would fall into line. And that's been a key, the people on my advisory board are senior people and they've stuck with us. I think that's been a key to success. I think it's really hard to collaborate, particularly in academia, very competitive, and everybody's trying to pull down those big R&D funds. But one of the things that the UK government did that was really smart was to force collaboration. So one of the big funds, which was £7.6 million in innovation around offshore wind, so around the sort of technical challenges, is that they forced 3 universities and 2 industry organisations to work together, because otherwise they couldn't pull down the money. It was really hard to get that bid together, really hard. And, Hull is not top league university, and Sheffield and Durham are, but the 2 industry organisations who support them said, you will work with Hull. because we want the community university to do well. And 5 years on, that research fund is coming to an end for this part. And everybody's working so well together. And it's not just the outcomes that they're really pleased with. It's the fact that the individuals are working together. And I think that was a really brilliant piece of policy from government, is to force that collaboration, because people are resistant, like, yes, but we're experts at that. There's a big enough pie and there's pieces for everyone. So I think that's been such an encouraging thing, because people go away, academics working together, because they know that they're doing better and their reach is bigger. And that actually at Hull, there's some really smart people as well. So that's been really good for us as a university, a local university, to work with some of the bigger universities. And we've gone on to do that with others. So success breeds success, a bit of a glib thing to say. Well, we went on to a £10 million fund, and we're now leading part of the renewal of that because our people are really good. And then we got a Centre for Doctoral Training. So this is PhD level students. I don't know if you have a similar fund, also government funded, requires collaboration in offshore wind and the environment. So one of the few. And so by the end of the 4 cohorts, we will have trained 73 PhD level experts in offshore wind engineering and environment. And I didn't realize what a big deal that was, because until we spoke to someone in Norway, he said, "You've got how many on offshore wind and environment?" So, and some of them are working specifically for companies. So Siemens Gamesa have 4 PhD students working on a particular challenge. They'll own the IP. And some of their students are in Hull, and some at Sheffield, some at Durham, some at Newcastle. But that gathering together, multidisciplinary, and we put a huge emphasis also on EDI, and that's another way for us to push home that. So I think it's been very fruitful like that, and I could probably go on for days as well, so I better stop.
Well, and Perry, I'm wondering, should we open it up to the floor? I don't know how much more time we have, but if you have one more question as well.
I think, are there any questions? We have a couple more questions.
Conversation last night here. I think your passion and plea for Americans not to suffer some of the fatality in the industry. If you would please share your background and how you gained your experience in the industry, how you got into the industry, and how you got where you were.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering which conversation it was you were. They're all good ones. Yeah, so my personal background, I came from a small town which I believe, having briefly seen it, is quite similar to what we have locally here. It was an ex-fishing town where the fleet had moved out some years before, when we had one of the large fishing recessions. There wasn't much in a local area. A lot of the people from where I live, if you're particularly of academic mind, you go to work in London. So most of my friends of that mentality left where we were. And I went to my local college after finishing school at 16. And the whole interest from everybody at my college was, we've got 80% of the people going to university from this college. All you have to do is this, this, and this. We will help you. You put your head down, you'll go to university. And that was drummed into us. And I thought, I don't want to go to university. It's not me. I'm not ready for this. So I quit college. I quit at 16. And my parents said to me, "Hey, son, you're only quitting if you've got a job. That's the way it works." So I did. I was a sailor. I was interested in the local harbour. I'd done my work experience there. And after a brief amount of time working in sail making and getting some tickets to work on boats, I went down to the harbour office and I said, "Guys, please give me a job, please, because my parents are going to kick me out." And they said, "Oh, come work for us. We've got 1 day a week's worth of work here at the harbour." And very soon after that, I got a job on some beach reclamation work. They said, "Do you know anyone that can work on some boats for us, just to do a couple of months' work?" And then it was like, "We're going to do a tow in your local area. Do you know someone that can help?" And then the wind farm turned up, and they said to me, "We're going to pay you the same amount you earn per week, per day, for 7 days a week, for 4 weeks at a time, and then you can take 2 weeks off." And I was like, wow. Okay, 20 years old, By 21, I changed my license from sail to power, and I was a captain. and I took my own boat on an offshore wind farm, and then suddenly I was earning the same amount of money I was earning in a week, I was earning in half a day. And you know, I looked around at my friends, and a lot of them followed, of course. Naturally, they had the same background, same skills, same interests. The opportunities were there. I'm now where I am today, and I live a very nice lifestyle, I can tell you, but that's not what we're here to tell you about. That it's thankful to offshore wind, and I didn't see it coming. And actually, no one in our area saw it coming, because the first we knew that it was coming was the day someone worked into the harbour office when I was standing there and said, "Do you know someone that can come out my boat?" We had no idea. So the schools locally didn't say to us, "Hey kids, you know, when you leave, don't worry, spend a couple of years, just get your English, maths and science up to date. And, you know, there'll be a great industry coming this way. So, you know, we're going to help you get a job there." No one knew. No one knew. So I am a victim of the old way of offshore wind working. And here, I'm fantastic to see yesterday the engagement we had with the local fishermen, because as we heard from some of our other colleagues here, it's something that didn't happen at the beginning in the UK, and it's now only just now starting to happen. And I'm fantastic to hear people here interested about schools and what local educators can do to help. Because all you need to do is inspire the children today that the offshore wind industry is coming tomorrow, and they will have an imagination in their head that there is something that they can do in this area that isn't tourism.
Marquis, do we have time?
Yeah, maybe one more question and then we'll get questions from you.
This question is directed to Hayden. In North Carolina, friendship are minister to North Carolina, maybe not consider them, in partnership with the U.S. Department of Labor and various labor organizations. It seems like our systems work. So could you please describe how you work with local employers to design new training programs, and also if you could share any interest or any opportunities you had to develop strategic partnerships and any funding streams that you have found there?
Okay. Well, we have a number of ways that we work with employers. One of the first things that we do with when we're looking at new qualifications, new industries, new sectors, is that we invite the employers in and we form steering groups. So from the very start, we're working with them to find out what it is that they want. Yes, there's a qualification, but what do they want from the person? What we know what they need to do to achieve those qualifications, but also what practical skills do they need? We're very much a vocational college. So we believe very much in hands-on training. So we probably, as a ratio, we'll be looking at 20% theoretical, 80% practical, because what we want is the people to develop those skills. So we set up the steering groups. We invite the employers in. We work with them. We'll design the programme. We'll go back to them. We'll say, this is what we think. What do you think? What more would you like to see in it? What more is it that these employers actually need to make that person a worthwhile employee? We have our employers that work with us in a number of ways. Some employers, they'll want a big cohort of apprentices, so they might want 12, which for us is an entire group. So they get a very specific, very bespoke programme designed to their needs, both in the training centre and when we go out and we do our assessments on site and do on-the-job training. We also have numerous small employers who come together and they form consortiums so that they will then say, we want, particularly in the chemical industry, they might want a group of 12 people, but it might be one from Lucite, one from Savage, one from Huntsman, etc. And they pull together their buying power. But it's easier for us because we're working with one group of employers instead of trying to work with 12 different employers, because they'll give us a tender specification and we go out to tender. We've got we've got a very strong employer engagement team that works closely with going out and meeting employers, bringing them into the college, letting them see what we do, talking to them. We hold regular open evenings and events we do to bring the employers in so that they can see and inform, you know, our policy and our directions. So we have that. One way that we meet employers' needs is through our specific on-the-job training. So it may be that because we offer study programs as well, that we might have somebody come in and do a couple of years worth of training, and then we'll offer them to employers so that they can see. As somebody used to say, who worked for our company a long time ago, we offer them a half-baked bun. Yeah, so they're nearly oven ready, they're just not quite. Yeah, so then they've got the majority of the qualifications, they've got the theory, the why do they do it, then we offer them and we put them into the workplace and say, now let's apply that and do it in a real job. And it saves employers quite a lot of money because they've already got that person who's well on the way to being effective in the workplace. And that's really quite a useful way that we've done it. With regards to funding, we work in a number of ways. We collaborate with the colleges so that what we're trying to avoid, and it's really difficult for colleges to avoid competing with each other. So the collaboration word again, regionally, because there's been a lot of investment, because we've lost our steel industry, and we've got a very strong local mayor who's brought, with the Tees Valley Combined Authority, and they've brought in funding for Tees Works because we're going to have a massive free port and we're going to be doing net zero, so we're having hydrogen energy, we've got wind manufacture, and we're working together. So instead of competing against each other, we're looking at what's our key skills as a college. You know, so we're going to be doing high voltage, we're doing welding, we're doing fabrication, we've got the chemical side as well. So we're focusing on that. We've got capital funding, so we've got new funding for equipment, and instead of everybody going, right, we all want a wind turbine or we all want this, we've shared it out amongst ourselves and tried to be grown up about it, which, you know, that's quite a new concept. So we've tried to do that. So we've looked at what funding is available from government. So what funding is there available from the adult education budget? Because we have funding there for people who are unemployed, and we're using that funding as well, so that we can reskill people and give them new opportunities in these new markets that are coming towards us. But these don't have to be long programs. So we're looking at short programs, giving them a taster, then giving them some more qualifications after it, where we can take them into the workplace. And I could go on for much longer, but I know we're short of time.
Thank you. Thank you, and I know that our task force members have some questions.
I have a question. So Carrie, you said 30% of your boats working offshore. What were they doing before, or is it all new crews?
90% of them are brand new. So before that, a lot of the vessels, some of the specific like heavy equipment vessels, etc., dive vessels, lifting vessels, they were in pre-existence, but working in civils, marine infrastructure, sea defense work, etc., oil and gas. But I would say that in the last 12 years, 90% of those built vessels have been built from scratch, specifically with offshore wind intention.
Any more questions for Pam? Thank you for sharing such wonderful
Welcome. I don't need that. Thank you. So I just kind of want to really quickly tell you what you're about to experience. Okay, so first, this is a culinary school and a hospitality school, which is really exciting, right? So what you're about to experience is lunch that was created by our second year students. So we're not typically a catering company, so this is literally their class time, what you're about to experience. And today's dish is Italian. So we're really excited about that. And Carmela, who is one of our students, she's in charge today. So she's going to tell you what you're going to have. So let me really quickly tell you that it's broken up into 3 different stations plus a dessert station. You can start at any one that you want. We'll be coming around to gather plates. So when you're done with your first station, just leave your plate on your tables and we'll be around to clean up and just go ahead and help yourselves. I apologize because you will need a little bit of a nap after this. Set aside for you in case you do. And then there's dessert, which was made by our baking and pastry students. So we're really excited about that as well. So I just kind of wanted to let you know what you were looking forward to. There'll be students behind each station to help serve you. And there'll be students running around all over the place. And I would like to introduce Carmela, and she's going to go over the menu.
Thank you so much. First off, it's a very big honor to be able to serve all of you. That's why we're here, to serve all of you. It's one of our favorite things to do here. At our first station, we are going to be serving arancini, which is a prosciutto and mozzarella rice ball that we fried. They are absolutely delicious. The sauce that we made for them is absolutely fine. I made it myself. So. Our next thing on that table will be pasta fagioli, which is a pasta and bean soup that my station also made. It is absolutely amazing. It's just a really good combination of a bunch of different stuff like beans, obviously, and pasta and tomato sauce and stuff like that. It's really good. The next thing is our pancella, which is a bread salad. It is tossed up in tomatoes and lettuce and bread, obviously. Our risotto, gambaretti, which is a shrimp risotto. Best friend of mine, Carrie, made that. I promise you, it's really amazing. Cannoli, Florentine, which is spinach and ricotta stuffed crepes, and the Neapolitan tomato sauce. Our polenta cakes, which are absolutely amazing. Everybody worked very hard on those. Our Vintello saltimbocca, which is sauteed veal in marsala wine, prosciutto, and sage. Our gnocchi, which is a potato pasta. And our zucchini frito, which is fried courgette, which is zucchini, obviously. All of the things that we have made today are absolutely amazing, and we hope that you enjoy it. And we are very honored for you all to be here again once again. Thank you.
That sounds fun. Thinking about needing to lay down. Like 6 or 7 entrees. Have you asked any of these folks, like, has anyone been able to make a tourism play out of, like, just like hey, you can, it's a 3-hour, pay $50, you get out, you'll get an eco tourism guide, like, to explain how it builds awareness.
And
Good afternoon. We were given a special spot here right after lunch. So I'm Coach Craig Taylor, a member of the task force, and I'm honored to help in moderating this session where we get a chance to back up just a little bit from workforce, and we're going to focus in on our reports and offshore wind. And my co-moderator.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Daniel Manuel at COG. Thank you for that warm introduction. And glad to be talking about ports. My first love in supply chain is maritime. So we've had a chance to speak with our panelists. But let's introduce you to our panelists briefly here. I'll start from the far left here with Charlotte Brown. Charlotte is the CCO, the Chief Commercial Officer of the Port of Tyne, bringing more than 20 years of experience in energy, maritime engineering, and technology sectors to this role. I think she'll have some great insight for us. Having kind of brief the chat with her last night. To her right is David Williams. David is the head of policy communications and economic development for Associated British Ports, AEP. We'll call them because we need more acronyms. We have a team of acronyms and a conference. He works with a background in economic development, external relations, policy development, and political service. And to my left here, Andrew Oliver is the chairman. He has like 7 or 8 jobs. He's paying for all of it. He's doing it. Andrew's the chairman of the Port of Grimsby East, which is a center for industrial marine fisheries, but also Europe's largest offshore renewables operation and maintenance facility. Mr. Oliver is also an active attorney to the barrister. Solicitor. He's a solicitor. No ways. And brings his experience in regulatory and maritime law to bear in his many roles. So great to have them with us. And Phyllis is going to start off with a question for all.
So we're going to follow the pattern of the first panel and kick this off with a general question and ask each of you, if you would, to share your experiences with the development of successful offshore and wind projects, highlighting port infrastructure, operations, and activities. And when you thought the question was over, there's a little bit. We want to hear about the significant challenges that you face and how you and your team were able to overcome those challenges. We'll start with you, Charlotte.
Thank you. So, firstly, just to say that the Port of Tyne is a port, a multifunctional port. So, we do our kids everything. When I say a bit of everything, we are the second largest importer exporter. We bring 40% of the tea in the UK, which I appreciate whether this is a nice place, but it's really important, really vital. And we also power 80% of the homes through biomass, biofuel. So we're really significant for. We have a very limited use on this one. However, we will also the largest port to import and export coal into the UK. As a result, we were one of the slowest and probably, I would say the laggard, if you want to do us, to bring in offshore wind and to embrace the offshore wind industry and renewables industry. Because we had a fantastic business coming to us. We did not have to work hard at school classes. It was rolling in. Then it all changed. Coal was stopped. Import, export, dead. And we suddenly found ourselves with a major problem. And that major problem meant that we had aging infrastructure. We were equivalent of state-owned ports. I'll talk about that with more detail later, but we're equivalent of state-owned ports. We don't have a private entity. We have to make money and invest that money in order to build our assets, change our assets, invest in our assets. So we found ourselves well and truly We found ourselves with these aging assets needing to change, needing to evolve. What we did was we actually went out to the market and was successful in winning the operational maintenance base for Equinor. Equinor is Dogger Bank, the largest offshore wind farm in the world. It's 130 kilometers offshore. We are the nearest port. Well, that was obviously an advantage. But the way we won that business was by completely and selling not just the ports, but the region. We didn't win that opportunity on price. We actually won that opportunity because they liked us. We were easy to do business with. We were flexible. We were open-minded to what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do it. And not only have we now got the O&M basis to look back, we're actually Equinor's O&M base for all of their European operations with us. So it's been a fantastic success. But that transition period between coal, the aging assets, where we were, and actually winning that business has been a real challenge and a really hard road for us. In addition, we've also successfully been awarded a marshal of the wind projects field. Again, fantastic opportunity for us. The biggest challenge is we've had to significantly invest in our infrastructure and offshore projects. And the way we've managed to do that is by clearing land, getting grants, getting financial input, in order to make those investments up front, so that that land is ready for organisations to see and ready to move it. And that has been a real challenge for us. We've had to go through our capping ground to our paymasters, to the government, to local authorities, asking the question of the grants to make those investments managed. So with all of these done, we are successful. It's been brilliant for us. It hasn't been easy. And those challenges have been that's the important one. And we haven't won it. I think that's the key reminder. You don't have to win things for price. You have to win things and present yourself, flexible you are, how open-minded you are, and how you work as a region. I think that keeps it to our success. Okay, thanks, Sharon. You can jump in.
Thank you. So just a bit confused about the way that the ports are structured in the UK. We have a very different one. So we're very commercially minded. We are kind of for-profit, proper commercial entity, and actually get the capital there for commercial rival to Charlotte's Bond. All the time, and not only she stolen some of our offshore wind, stolen some of the lines I was going to use next as well. So probably a little bit of context. So Associated British Ports, who I work for, are the biggest operator of ports in the UK. We have 21 ports around the country, but the area that I look after is the Port Fund ports, which is in the northeastern part of the UK, around the estuary. And those four ports combined make up the biggest port complex in the country. We have about 17% of all Britain's trade coming in and out of the UK, and crucially about 10% of the energy. And very much as Charlotte said, we're long established ports. The Port of Britain has been there for 1,000 years. Port of Hull has been there for 900 years, etc. So we're giving it relatively new, it's only 100 years. They've been there a long time, doing things that traditionally the ports will do. And so there was the real success story of ports, though, and I think it's probably true of ports the world over, is diversification. So any port that becomes overly reliant on one cargo or one sector is only exposed to that, and is at risk of going up. So the story of all ports is ones where at their strongest they are dealing with everything. That's very much what we do in the company. So our relationship to offshore wind started quite a long time ago, and we have probably the biggest relationship with offshore wind of all of the ports in the UK, in that we are both involved in the manufacture of blades, but also in the operations and maintenance of offshore wind farms. So the story in particular starts with Siemens Gamesa that Albert talked about earlier, and the leagues are also working. Siemens Gamesa have set up what's called Port Hull. It's a huge manufacturing facility for blades. In Port Hull, we use the disused part of the Port Hull and infill part of that dock in order to create that manufacturing factory, whilst realigning altered with the 10-year project starts to the doors actually open. It took a very long time to get underway. And one of the key challenges in the case, to address the last part of that question, first it was getting all of the interested parties and stakeholders aligned on the same page to understand that hull is quite a private entity. It's had challenges over years in the private industry. And getting even within hull, people to accept this is a big thing that we could go for was quite a challenge. And I think that raising people's aspirations in the first part, clearly not something that you said here at all. But getting politicians from all the region on board and at the national level as well is crucial to the more better success of business. So I guess my first tip is whatever party or political support there is, there needs to be cross-party working with them and working closely with business, and that's really important. Across the water, we are also involved in O&M. So the current biggest hub for the offshore wind maintenance and operations is run for experience with a collection of different businesses that operate there. And again, part of the key learning that we take is getting space sorted and worked out time so that you are ready to embrace a change when it comes. I'll talk a little bit more about space later. I'll stop there. There's still an all about. So, all the Grimsby East is actually the same thing as Grimsby Fish Docks, and in fact, we actually operate the old fish dock in Grimsby, the lease from my landlord. But we were set up in the 90s, a private limited company, but basically to run the fish docks and a new fish market. It was a typical fish dock. We had fishing vessels coming in, landing the fish at the quayside onto a market, where the traders come down, have an auction market, a shout auction market. I still don't know how that works, but somehow people buy and sell fish. And that was what we did. We started to see a decline in the number of vessels landing fish into Grimsby. In fact, now we don't have any vessels landing fish into Grimsby, but all our fish are allowed by container. It still comes from Iceland, but it isn't called by British vessels anymore. It's called by Icelandic vessels that are sending to us in a container. But we saw that trade slowing down and reducing, and really it was a case of being in the right place at the right time. Because what then happened is we started to see the development of the wind farms on the east coast of the United Kingdom, in particular. The first round of wind farms were quite inshore over the various rounds that we were further out to sea. And we realised that we needed to do something, and we were in the ideal position to become an operations and maintenance base. Because if you imagine with the Humber estuary, Hull is actually quite a way down the estuary, but Grimsby is right at the mouth of the estuary. And transit times from the port out to the wind farms are quite short, certainly about an hour shorter than going from Hull. So we were in the right place at the right time. We had to invest. We had to put in new facilities because fishing vessels tend to moor alongside the quayside and discharge their catches. With the vessels, they become students. Our harbours are quite tidal, even though we've got a lock in there, it does go up and down, so we needed pontoons for the wind farm transfers, not through customs trawls. So they needed pontoons and easy moorings. We needed facilities for all the crews to come. They were going to be transported out there to come in, be checked, agreed, be changed and be transported out. So we were in a sense in the right place at the right time. Now we operate fish market, which carries on. We do have some fishing vessels still, albeit they don't land their catch on the market. Watching vessels that catch crab and lots, which are sold direct to buyers mainly on the continent. But what we do have is between 20 and 30 times of vessels operating out of the port. We have to put bigger lock gates in as those vessels got bigger. But also what it meant, importantly,
was that we have also within the dock, we have facilities for more ship repair, ship engineering. Because applying in the fishing industry, we have less vessels needing those services. They're losing those skills. Some of those, the engineering business, the shareholders in our company, they were facing losing those skills possibly forever. And now we've invested in ship hoists and we are servicing our transfer vessels. And we've been able to build that industry back up again. And those skills are now being passed on to the next generation. So that's sort of the history of Grimsby. So we've gone from biggest fishing port in Europe, the biggest operations and maintenance. And what we have seen is that some of these wind farm developers have grown. They've outgrown us as a dock. They want bigger vessels that going further offshore. Working in collaboration with our colleagues at NCTOWERS, who have owned dock next door to ours, the commercial dock, they've been across there. But that's then released further room for us in our dock to bring in new vessels and smaller vessels. So that's really where we were. The biggest challenges really were infrastructure, putting in the new infrastructure.
I'd like to jump in with just some parallels, and I think you're probably picking them up, knowing how long we've had this conversation now on our third vessel. But when you talk about a diversified port, that feels close to home, right? We've got the Port of Wilmington, a diversified Morehead City. When you talk about the demand and the need for infrastructure, not to plug the best of the subcommittees, but our infrastructure subcommittee, that's been a topic of conversation. What do we need to be thinking about? How important is it? So it's great to hear that. I did not plant that with that. And I like too that we're hearing about regional and collaborative approach. We have the Smart Power Agreement. We're working with Virginia and Maryland. We're working with communities across North Carolina. That absolutely resonates. So I think that's something I hope folks draw out of these comments. I think Phillips has another round of questions for us.
I have about 8 that we will not get to. But I will go ahead and we'll put one more out there. When you talk about diversification, and Charlie highlighted that shift from coal and your aging infrastructure, I'm sure that in addition, you had different needs for management and can you talk a little bit about how to make that transition and what skills did you find, each of you find, that were key to making the shifts that you had to make in order to embrace offshore?
So now I would say this because I'm a geologist. I'm a professional. So I am absolutely, I hold my hands up and say, I came to the port sector knowing nothing about ports. I have maritime experience, energy experience, but I came to the port sector knowing nothing about ports. So I obviously going to tell you, the key is bringing new skills, new thinking, new ways of doing things into what is perhaps a very historic, slightly slow to change industry sector. Because you've just heard us all talk about that we all had to evolve. We all had to change what we were to this new place. Also, the organizations that you're now talking to are global businesses. These are global players. These are Shell, CMO. These organizations, no Scooby don't do. This is not a container. This is not a logistics. These organizations have been doing infrastructure offshore for years and years and years. They know what they are also very contractually merchants. As a result, you need to build a team that's not only adapting and flexible, happy to change and evolve, not happy to change and evolve, but also a team leadership team that is commercially astute. It can negotiate powers such as the Equitable as well. These organizations are operating globally and know what they're doing. And so it's really, really important to have a leadership team that has those skills. Also, something we're going to time, we've got a fantastic marine director. Actually, she's trying to be, she's absolutely brilliant. But what makes her unique is she never says no. So as we see the offshore structures getting bigger, the vessels getting bigger, the jackups getting enormous, and needing to adapt to our rivers, tides, and our infrastructure coming in place, you need a reason, but also happy to say yes first and work out how it, because that is really, really important. We've actually got a leadership team or a management team that's such to their teeth to go along, which around that. Then to be honest, you may as well not. Because the world is changing around us, and we need a leadership team, management team that can take the points that you manage. So really it's about flexibility, it's about having models, ways of working that are flexible, adaptive, and actually open-minded individuals who come from other sectors with that experience and expertise.
Obviously not better out of reading, so there's certainly some thing, but talk about things. So I think actually sometimes we're helped by the commercial nature of business that we run. So actually, for us, I'm exactly the same thing. I didn't know it's very in the fourth sector until 6 years ago when I'm very close to it. But what we do have is a collection of people who are very skilled at looking for what the market is doing. And I think for me, that's a big lesson that I think other people is having a really good situation awareness to know what is changing. And I think in addition to setting up your leadership team, I think slightly further talk about your investors and your board and having them with you as well. So for us, we don't have a problem generally speaking of getting our owners who are all pension companies or global investors to invest in the work that we want to do in order to build the infrastructure, as long as we've got a really good commercial case. Commercial case is always really good because we've got fantastic market intelligence that says actually this is where the sector is going. And there are opportunities here if we build it very well. And I do think that is a real strength that we have at the moment. We are very happy to build spend money, because we have a pretty good idea of what
So adaptability being things of both. My board, I've only come into this in recent times, and my board was set up, and our shareholding was set up around the fishing industry. That's what we were set up originally to do. But the board have seen what was needed, and they've adapted, they've agreed to that change. And now, quite frankly, if you took the yields away, and you looked at the figures from the fishing side of things, you can say, well, why are you doing business? We still turn a profit, but it's not well returned. But our board have been supported and have been prepared to make that change and to put trust in the CEO, and especially myself, in steering that and realising that you can't say things change, life moves on. So it's a case of being adaptable, things that put open to new opportunities. And the problem is just doing it.
That's one more question. You talked about the competitive nature between your reports. Can you talk about that a little bit more and there are opportunities for you to collaborate, which works to the benefit of all the different. Yes, very much. We're very different places. We are all really segregated. And that said, we all have our nuances. And ironically, we could be a much bigger UK than certain other Northeast. We could be a rural divorce nation to work together much. Because each of our boards has nuances that allow us to be brilliant. And actually, we talk about ports being multifunctional, multifaceted. Certainly when it comes to offshore wind, there are certain aspects of the offshore wind sector that one port to do better at than another. So O&M base, certain ports actually are perfect for O&M base. These are a small nimble, they come in and go out. It doesn't need to be moved. At the port of time, we've got no beam restrictions, we've got deep water, and we have no restrictions. We can take
some of the largest vessels in the world. But it also allows us to be adaptive. We have land very close to the quayside. Other ports don't have land right up to the quayside, they have a lot more land. So manufacturing bases therefore lend themselves to those facilities. So we actually have a nuanced distribution as in our own right. And actually we're a little bit more open and works a little less in accepting those nuances, which probably could be a better force as the new variable. So unfortunately, I'm probably sitting on my hands up saying we don't do it for me. That said, as a trust board, state-owned board, we are looking to work with the two state-owned boards around us to look for investment zones, development zones, so that we try and collaborate with them.
I think it's very fair. And I take it further, and apologies to colleagues in the room who work for UK government, but I'm really critical of the set that actually there are advantages to being and that obviously drives down costs, but we're all fighting for work and repeating and energy is really commercial, and that can be a good thing. But it can also be problematic. You also have competition, you also prevent us from collaborating on things because there's supposed to be a free market and a full competition on things, which can be good. It stops, but it isn't always good because, as Charlotte rightly said, sometimes some bots have some strengths, but other bots don't. In a competing the same business where it's actually giving it up with the French. And the criticism that I would have a little bit on the way is sometimes the UK government operates. It sets everything, all the funding accounts for everything. It's all competitive. So we all have to fight for the same piece of the pie. And people down to things like when they want free cost savings or investment zones or the next shiny toy that the government wants to offer for ways that we can drive economic development. We all have to eat with one another instead of saying, actually, what type of strength we are listing in the humble we've got different strength. The government's got to say you need to have a reasonable share of that. And yes, it does roll some state intervention, but that state intervention is going to benefit everyone. We don't do that because it's all very commercial. It's the hardcore energy, but sometimes it doesn't always work.
Yeah, not really much to add there. I think the objective of being here this week is for you guys to sort of learn around the states. Michelle says we should collaborate. Where I am, I clearly we're pretty unique because we are that place where no one else say we're right at the entrance. The whole further down is the deep water and the facilities that David's companies put there on report. So that's what they do best. And if I sort of say to you, well, let's just get you learn from us, it's collaborate, do what we have done, try and plan it so that you can collaborate. You come up to the UK and you see the size of this industry. There's stuff for everybody there, a bit for everybody. So don't be too worried about that competition. Aim for what you do best, collaborate.
It's interesting that we heard from the workforce panel earlier that you had to pair up. You had to pair up to get those grants. I know with the Aura Center at Hull, mentioned that it was, we couldn't go in on this together. So interesting to hear that from you, and definitely something that I think regionally, as we approach this sector, our boards in North Carolina and Virginia, Carolina, will have to work together. So it's something that we have. And I was like you said, learn from bigger mistakes. That was a theme that I picked up last night, speaking to several of you in the reception, and we've heard today. I want to build on that. And take that. Our strengths in North Carolina, we have a strong legacy of manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, especially in North Carolina. So I'd like to ask you, what steps have the ports there taken to ensure readiness for manufacturing, to enable that partial installation, or go further up the supply chain to support the development in your areas, in your regions? We heard from Albert Clark earlier that growing that offshore wind relevant manufacturing that was a challenge. So what advice would you give us to shorten those timelines? And how can we avoid those potholes?
I'll start if you want, and I'll say exactly the point. In fact, learn from our mistake for starters. So we heard an example of how I mentioned earlier about the expansion that Stevens Bay are currently having to do with pre-water, because nobody anticipated the increasing size of the blades that are there. So the first thing I would say is to think when you're doing planning this is to future proof. It's thinking what makes the needs of that industry into the future, not just what they're in now. Because as I say, things basic development took 10 years to do. By the time it opened its doors in January 2017, it was already nearly obsolete because they were handling blades of 70 meters long. We know that they're going to go up to 132 meters long at some point. They're 170. The space needed for that simply wasn't built in at the origin. So almost as soon as they were starting their work, they were having to think about building and expanding again. And actually, the challenge for the next bit is going to be quite tricky to fit them in the footprint of the port hub. We're going to do it because we don't want to lose that business. It's really important to keep them there. But actually, we've created a problem for ourselves because we didn't think about that at the beginning. So I think thinking ahead to the future is really, really a key learning point that I would say learn from that mistake.
Do you think we've gotten a preview of that with the more and more we talk about floating wind?
I possibly, yes. I'm not an expert in floating wind, so I'm looking for that. But yes, I think so, because certainly where we are developing in another part of the country, there is more thought about what that will look like in the future than there has been previous times.
Also, we're going to need to refer to everything in the length of American football fields. On the back, carrying the one and riding some.
We would say a meter, right, divide through.
There we go.
So times anything we say a meter by about 3, you've got it to fix.
Any other comments on that? Any other thoughts on supporting that growth manufacturing?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, the northeast of the UK is very similar to the Carolinas, so much that we also see ourselves as a real manufacturing hub. And if you, a great example is the fact that Nissan, our manufacturer, has continued to build lines and produce new cars coming out of Sunderland. And it is as competitive as the lines in Japan. So that in itself is fantastic. We're quicker, we're harder working. But I think the key word here is industrialised manufacturing. It's industrialising the manufacturing process so that actually you're not just the R&D centre. Those R&D centres will probably remain elsewhere around the world because they're already set up. They're already there. Those PhD students, those great brains, are already embedded in various countries around the world, the basis for students facing energy, etc. But actually what you can do is become absolutely brilliant in industrialising the manufacturing process, which really needs to happen. At the moment, if you look at the scale, if you look at how many turbines are going to be, how many wind farms are being produced, that's the missing piece of this jigsaw, is getting that process really flowing, really churning, getting it working. At the moment, it's just happening, and it's looking great, it's looking well, but these things need to start churning out at speed. I think that's the key. That's the thing you can do, but right now, no one's doing.
We have one more question. And
Are we on time, Madam Chair?
It's open up for taskforce university. They're going to do this. Even though we're focusing on workforce, say, could not miss the opportunity to talk to these folks. You know how quick our success comes through, and so.
So at the beginning of this conversation, you mentioned there were challenges getting everyone on board, stakeholders, board members, and even internal leadership, and diversifying the talent to create and develop and also execute. What were some of the main challenges and how did you all respectfully work through them? To get the right people in place, to empower them, and also perhaps even getting information out to your board members and stakeholders so that they support the funding and the process changes and give you the approval to help you to actually carry these things out.
And this is going to be the best part for our and what you guys is what challenges do you have in getting key stakeholders supposed to make decisions? So it's one more.
Okay, so I can go on that. If I can say, so one of the key skills as a board and actually as a leadership team you have to have is relationships with. Because there are so many different stakeholder strings to pull in order to actually move yourselves forward. It's untrue, it's unbelievable. Now, at the course of time, we actually have 7 local authorities that touch parts of the river and parts of the authority along that. That means that's a lot of stakeholder management, none of which want to agree just because they don't want to agree, but no other reason than that. And we're sat in the middle, and all we want to do is do what's right for the region, do what's right for the greater good, bringing revenue, bringing economy to the region. And yet, all they want to do is disagree with each other. So
We're going to separate each other. I'm going to agree completely. Okay.
So it is a real challenge. But what I would say is you need what I would class as true leadership. Somebody that truly people that truly understand the challenges that you have within the party. And I think everybody in this room would probably have a good appreciation of the challenges in your own. That really is it. If you've got that appreciation, then it slowly starts making those things on. It's like that's football. It's man monitoring. It's basically marking your map. It's making sure that if you know they're supportive, great, get them on board, get them to help you, get them to tell your story. If you know they're a rejecter, let's go to victory. So these things are really difficult. I think it takes a lot of skill, firstly to know your stakeholders, definitely to take them down and have them come out. Investment, financial investment, getting that funding, slightly tricky. I have to say that is something we trust for State-Port. We don't have big investors. We've got deep pockets, we do not. Raising capital is a real challenge for us. But it also means that we can make decisions for the greater good of the region, jobs, business rates, etc., rather than necessarily for pure profit. So we have a slightly different, perhaps it's easier, you could argue, for us. Because once we get the stakeholders on board, we'll probably play to their political tunes as well. Because what they care about is their home result. So it's about market. Okay.
So Charlotte, as a trusted board, are you able to argue with private industry?
The jury is still out. So we believe, if we interpret, now bear in mind the Taskforce Act was set up in 18 something, and it hasn't moved forward since. So loose interpretation suggests we can do JVs and JMPs, but we have to be careful. So we can, but we have to be careful. What we tend to do is back to that chicken and egg scenario that Albert talked about. We have to win a project, get a contract in place, get the terms in place, then we can go cap and ask for capital money to invest into the infrastructure. So that's how we kind of get around it. But at the moment, we don't have any JVs. We could potentially, if we took the 18 something or other act. But those things are
I'm not bothered by that act at all. To violently agree, I think what you were saying about the local politicians, the local authorities not agreeing with each other is very familiar. people nodding, so obviously there are some issues. If there is one parallel, I don't think that will work as something that you could consider, but one of our challenges that we faced was really simple things. So we had 4 local authorities around Humber. The Humber is a made-up construct, so the Humber estuary is the area it's named after, which runs between the 2 areas. We have 2 local authorities on the north bank of the Humber and 2 local authorities on the south bank. The north bank ones are in Yorkshire, they're part of a region of the UK. The other south bank ones are in an area called Lincolnshire. And so the name of the Humber and being told they are in the Humber, when some of them feel like they're in Lincolnshire and some of them feel like they're in Yorkshire, it's really difficult. And they don't work with each other. They don't want to be compared to each other. They'd rather be called any other name other than something to do with the Humber, or be associated with people on the other side of the water. They're clearly very strange, odd people. Why would they want to work with you? Actually, it has been as childish and as ridiculous as that, at trying to get people to coordinate around the idea that actually, if we work together, both sides will benefit from it. And that's exactly what in the offshore wind context, that's exactly what we have. We have the manufacturing on the north bank, we have the O&M on the south bank. Both sides are involved in the sector and benefiting in different ways. But it was very challenging, and it remains, I'm not pretending to practice, because it remains to this day very challenging on all kinds of projects. But yes, people work together. They're straight about a lot of the side.
I'd like to add to Artina's question. We have a vinegar tomato-based barbecue line in North Carolina. But knowing the transition of the Port of Grimsby from a commercial fishing port and your stakeholders still having some remnant of that to me resonates with our changing and shifting industries in North Carolina. Is that something you can speak a little to?
Yeah, if I can just answer the previous question first. There's a different angle on that, and we're in different hats. So to the Port Authority, I'm actually chairman and I'm a director with Catherine of the Marine Renewables, which was an organisation called Team of the Marine Alliance before that. And that was an organisation born many, many years ago, long before renewables. And it was an organisation that took in private companies, SMEs, large organisations, and local authorities, the local authorities that damage nature. And we went on trade missions to these local authorities, and we went to various meetings. And it became very clear, very quickly, that we couldn't work with our local authorities, to be quite honest, because we sometimes felt embarrassed because they were arguing with one another. And as business, we just want to make money, we just want to do big jobs. And so what we did, that was when we effectively formed what was Team Humber Marine Alliance, which is now the Humber Marine and Renewables. And as businesses, we decided that we didn't really matter what our politicians were arguing about. We, as businesses, were going to work together, and we would make it work. And if they came with us, that was great. If they didn't, well, they could carry on arguing. And that's what we did in Team Humber Marine Alliance. And we've been successful with that. We've got people right from all over the region. I live in Huntsville, Yorkshire. So I'm chairman of Grimsby Fish Stocks. And they're Grimsby, I think it's the other person. Yeah, you've got a passport, right? Yeah, I've got a passport, yeah. But what we did as businesses, we actually decided, and it's still the same now. We've got, having mentioned the 2 authorities on the North Bank, which is Hull and East Riding. They can't stand each other. Seriously, it's terrible. And we just ignore it and get on. We've had also things called local enterprise partnerships. Because the local enterprise partnership couldn't really agree with what was happening, that's now being disbanded, and we've got a whole local enterprise partnership, and all the others went into Grimsby, but into Lincolnshire. Let them get on with it. You as businesses pick up the cudgel and run themselves. That's what we've done with this cluster organisation. We got our own networking, we got our own organisation in terms of meeting the buyer, supply chain work, etc. So I don't know, I know the politics are different here, but that's what we certainly did. What was your question?
Well, I'm as a politician, you can completely go answer this.
Yeah. Now, in terms of my board, yes, I've been appointed. I've got no real involvement with the ports industry. Well, I've been in the post now about 18 months, and one of my jobs is now to sort of look at our board and say, well, you guys were all put here as fisheries, guys back in the 90s. Our shareholders are all from the fishing industry. Our shareholders are fish merchants, fishing vessel owners, the ship engineers, and the local authority. And at the moment, when I've come in as a fresh pair of eyes, there's nobody there for renewables, so I'm very keen to bring in renewables and bring the renewables onto our board of directors. But what I can say is that our fishing people have been very, very good at adapting and realising that we have to change.
Let's take this panel, unfortunately, we're in the North Carolina. But I want to thank this panel for sharing your experience and knowledge with us. And encourage the task force to go later and have some breakout sessions to certainly talk further about those questions that you may have just get to. And I know Oliver, Charlotte, everybody shares some really good insights last night during our session. I would like for you to take some of that. Please take advantage, real breaks, learning. Once we do break, please take advantage of that.
Thank you.
Here for the committee presentation, and the first one is the virtual presentation. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna tell Josh that he's.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yeah.
We can.
Great. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen if you're ready for that.
You know, really just to talk about cultural skills and everything.
Is that showing up for everyone? All right, I'm gonna assume that everyone can see. So I see people waving their hands frantically in the room. Unfortunately, the audio is not great on my end. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. So I'm Josh Levy from the North Carolina Department of Commerce and the Labor and Economic Analysis Division. And I just wanted to share some information that we pulled together on some offshore wind occupations and potential for North Carolina as part of the NCTOWERS Workforce Subcommittee. I'm going to be drawing on a few different reports that have been really useful to us, both a report done by BVG in North Carolina came out last year, as well as a few state level reports from Massachusetts and New York, and then a national study that just came out from the National Renewable Energy Lab just a few weeks ago, which I think is very valuable as well. And then we'll pull together some of our North Carolina data as well. So the report that was done in 2021 made many recommendations, including a recommendation to do a job skill analysis of the jobs that would be required for offshore wind, and in particular to focus on the construction, operation, and maintenance jobs, as opposed to manufacturing. And I'll explain a little bit about why that decision was made. The According to this report, the authors felt that North Carolina was well positioned in terms of manufacturing to work with individual companies to identify skill needs, recruit employees through existing programs, particularly in our community colleges, and that the skills for these kinds of manufacturing jobs will vary a lot depending on the item that's being manufactured. North Carolina does have a strong manufacturing base. The authors pointed to our auto parts manufacturing as a potential analog industry, but there's a lot of kind of unknowns right now about particularly where and how North Carolina will fit into the supply chain. So they recommended we focus on construction, operation, and maintenance for this recommendation. So again, this builds on our history of the maritime industries, particularly fishing, shipping and transport, tourism, recreation, defense industries. And they pointed out that a lot of the specific offshore wind requirements are things that we're already doing in the community college system in terms of safety, welding, maritime, a lot of particular skills that we train for. So we're doing those things, but we may need to better understand what's needed by the industry and try to match those offerings to what industry requires. One thing that they pointed out is in their estimate, about 85% of the direct jobs that were going to be created through offshore wind were for trade workers and assemblers. So most of those assemblers are working in manufacturing. Trade workers will be working in construction as well as manufacturing. And a lot of these other jobs, management, engineering, et cetera, were at much lower levels. Again, many of the skills that we're talking about here are transferable to offshore wind. Many of the training that would be involved in some of the manufacturing, for example, would be very product specific and delivered by the suppliers in some cases. But there are a lot of things that we could do. So safety training, as many people mentioned earlier today, and then various forms of technical training that we'll get into in a second. The Massachusetts and New York workforce studies focusing on offshore had a slightly different approach. They focused on some of the different stages in offshore wind, planning and development, the kinds of jobs that would be needed for that, moving into manufacturing and assembly, construction and installation, operations and maintenance, and then they also had a support services, which would be kind of occurring throughout all of those processes. And so this diagram here gives you a sense of the share of jobs in those different phases. So we're really focusing on the 41% in construction and installation, another 17% in operations and maintenance. And the different studies have different estimates of these jobs. Another visual of kind of the process, again, going from planning and development into manufacturing, construction and installation, and then operations and maintenance, the training, research, and consulting kind of happening throughout. Turning to the NREL report, they defined it in a similar way, again, beginning with development, moving through manufacturing and supply chain. They broke the construction into sort of two aspects. So one would be focused more on ports and staging, and one would be focused more on the maritime construction happening at sea, and then as well as ongoing O&M. So the NREL report developed two scenarios that they thought would be feasible in meeting the 30 gigawatt target. So one assumed a 25% domestic content, and one assumed 100% domestic content. And they generated job estimates based on these two scenarios. You can kind of see how that plays out in the different phases. So we're really interested in our presentation on ports and staging and maritime construction, as well as operations and maintenance. So important to note with the ports and staging and the maritime construction that these jobs may last a few years, but they're relatively temporary. They express things in full-time equivalents per year to kind of give a sense of scale of these. Operations and maintenance may start out as lower numbers, but they can build over time, and they could also be jobs that last for 20 plus years throughout the life cycle of the project. The NREL identified 113 distinct roles, and they pointed out that most of these roles do not require a bachelor's degree or higher. They require specialized training and relevant experience. Many of them are in the skilled trades, and that again, these basic and skilled trades have the largest contribution of workers across these industry segments. And they also pointed out that these jobs happen to be in high demand currently across many other industries. And so this may be an actual challenge for the offshore wind industry to hire some of these folks that are currently in demand. And so we'll look at that in a second as well. They identified a few key strengths. We do have some robust community college and union-led programs, but we may need to increase some of those. The standardization of safety certifications, something that's an issue. But we do have both established programs at community colleges. Many of these focused initially on nationally on offshore wind technicians, which they actually feel is a need that is currently met with our programs, and that we also have a strong network of university programs to address some of the professional and engineering roles. And so again, an emphasis more on really focusing on the skilled trades. The recommendations in terms of education and training, again, coordination and standardization, alignment of training and demand will be a challenge. So again, these projects take many years to develop. Having the right people trained in the right place at the right time will be important. And they talked about ways to adapt existing programs and collaborations among U.S. and global entities, so part of what we're doing today. And they also emphasized engaging students at an early age, particularly in coastal communities, to build this pipeline of workers. And another series of recommendations on workforce initiatives in particular. Again, working with the local workforce, apprenticeships, using existing marine industry workers to help fill peaks. And then they emphasized that diversity inclusion initiatives are a high priority and are increasingly becoming part of the project agreements and requirements going forward. And so this is another thing to keep in mind as we move forward. This chart, it kind of brings together a lot of pieces in the report, and I like it because on the left they have the industry segments, or this kind of stages of development, and the right side kind of shows the workforce programs that address some of those needs, as well as potential gaps that they've identified. So there are many gaps that they've identified around safety training at the different stages, and then areas where community colleges, union programs, and others could address some of these issues. So we're interested really in the ports and staging aspect, terminal crews, which would be the majority of the jobs, as well as the construction crews that will work on vessels. So several gaps there to address, and then kind of safety across the board, as I mentioned. Another piece that I'll just mention is that this report has very detailed occupational descriptions in their appendices, which I like because they go beyond sort of the standard minimum levels of education required that the Bureau of Labor Statistics puts out. So, for example, this is the some of the port marine crew descriptions, what they are, and the education and experience requirements for each one of those. They compiled these based on actual job postings as well as working with industry. And so some of these are very detailed and I think are a good tool for us going forward. Another one showing some terminal crew descriptions. Again, very specific kinds of certifications needed, years of experience, as well as education. So turning now to some of the North Carolina data, we identified 24 occupations that were mentioned in some of these earlier reports to the construction, installation, and maintenance phases of the projects. I have them sorted here by their number of workers in North Carolina. In the first column, you can see heavy and tractor trailer truck drivers and maintenance workers, construction laborers, et cetera. We have large numbers of these workers statewide. The second column shows the average annual job openings over a decade based on our occupational projections that we do. So again, we can get a sense of the demand for these current jobs. And the final column shows the location quotient. So this compares how concentrated these jobs are in North Carolina as compared to the nation as a whole. And so anything that is 1 or higher is as concentrated or higher than the US, and anything lower is in yellow here, where we can see some areas where we do not have as many of these workers. And so I think this can be an indication of areas that we may want to address. We can see things like electricians that are 0.86 of the U.S. Several of them are close to 1 or at 1, but many of these smaller occupations are lower. For example, structural iron and steel workers, 0.62, and some of these marine occupations, we tend to not have very many workers in those, and we're also less concentrated as the U.S. So it gives you some sense of some areas that we may want to address in our training programs. Marine engineers was one of the small occupations we identified. It requires a bachelor's degree. We may not need actually that many of the marine engineers, but there are related occupations. So here are 10 related occupations that do similar types of work. And some of these, like the technologist and technician occupations, may require an associate's degree as opposed to a bachelor's degree, and may be able to do some of the same kind of work. And so with any of these occupational classifications, we need to kind of be flexible and look for related occupations where applicable, as many of these are new and emerging occupations, really. For the 24 that we've identified, we can collect information on the median wages and look at the education required. Again, these are the Bureau of Labor Statistics requirements that they think are needed to enter these occupations. You can see that most of them require high school diploma or equivalent. Most of them don't have work experience required, but may have some on-the-job training or apprenticeship. A few of them do require bachelor's degrees, as we mentioned. Again, here's the rest of the set. A similar set of educational requirements. Again, these are not necessarily what the market is demanding, but what the Bureau thinks is needed, and these change over time as well as conditions evolve. Another measure of demand for these types of jobs is online job postings. We can analyze the online job postings from Burning Glass for North Carolina in the last year and get a sense of what's in demand. So we can see tractor trailer drivers, building and general maintenance techs, very high demand for construction workers, different kinds of repair technicians, electricians, et cetera, as well as the estimated time to fill and whether that's easier or harder than the U.S. Going down to the bottom of our list, again, these smaller sets of occupations, not as much demand, but these may be, again, increasingly important for offshore wind, so areas to address. Finally, we have the ability for many of these occupations to link them to curriculum programs. And so, for example, electricians, we can see that most of the 58 community colleges in the state have a program that will lead either to an associate's degree or a certificate or a diploma for electricians. And so we can get a sense of what's currently being offered. We can also look at some of the graduates from these programs. So this is a tool that we built, which coincidentally is also called Tower, and it can show the graduates from the community college system and the university system by degree type, institution, et cetera. So this is showing all students that graduated from community colleges with a certificate in welding. And you can see over the last several years, between 750 and 1,000 graduates per year with that certificate. And based on this, we can also look at their employment outcomes if they went on to work in the state, their wages, the industry they worked in, et cetera. So we have, again, some robust tools to kind of drill down into these specific programs and occupations. Another tool where we bring a lot of this data together is called nccareers.org, showing the wage information, requirements to get into these occupations, where you can find training for these careers, job outlooks, just a lot of information here. So I encourage people to use this tool as well when thinking about what we might want to be planning for. And with that, I'll just offer a few general conclusions based on what we've seen. Obviously, there's a need for many of these workers in existing industries as well as in future offshore wind activities. The good thing about that is that these people will have transferable skills in many cases to work in existing industries until offshore wind really comes online. But we will need to develop some specific capacity around offshore wind through partnering with industry, through partnering with other states, regions, and countries to really build our own capacity. And in particular, that safety training seems like another important need, which will require us to potentially create new programs or new training, or to somehow pool resources and carry that out with other states and regions. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think I'll stop there and turn it over. Let me see if I can release my screen.
Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
You can have a slide that's got like three columns, like employment by different occupational sector, and then projected demand for positions between 2020 and 2030.
And I was thinking, go back to the slide that the application on the end.
So I'm not really able to hear that. Can someone type that question into the chat? Because it's very distorted for me. I apologize. I'm not sure. Maybe everyone on the call cannot hear it as well.
Slide with which?
Slide 19, sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry. This one.
Yeah.
Okay. And was there a particular question?
Yeah, maybe if you could put the slide up and share the screen real quick. I noticed that we have no number listed for projected demand for wind turbines. I noticed we have no projected demand. Service.
Sorry. Again, I'm only hearing about like half of the question.
The mic on the stand lifted up. The mic on the stand, speak into that one a little bit.
Is that better now?
I'm not seeing.
A little bit.
So back to slide 19. I don't know if you're going to, you all don't have any projected demand in turbine service occupations between 2020 and
Not seeing Roger.
That's demand for all the other occupations. The reason why there's nothing projected yet in what's probably one of the more prominent kind of price to come out of this industry.
So again, I'm not really getting most of that question. I apologize. I'm happy to answer questions. Follow up with email on folks with this as well. Apologize for that.
Can you hear me any better, Josh?
I can barely hear you just now.
Can you hear him? I don't think you can hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all. Fine. Yeah.
Happy to follow up offline.
Josh.
Apologize for that.
Josh.
Yes.
Okay. Let me give Tris this mic.
Hey,
All right. 7 times the charm. Josh, can you hear me right?
Yes, that's much better.
Okay, great. All right. All right. So slide 19, you have not applicable in terms of projected demand for wind turbine service occupations, and just curious, you have projections for all the other categories. What's the rationale for not having any projection for that pretty important category?
I'm glad I know the answer to this question after all that. It's because we have a very small number of people working in that occupation in the state. So there are some very small occupations we don't do projections for. I believe the 2021 estimate was maybe 100. And so there are national projections of that. One thing I would caution is that the NREL report points out that many programs have been created, particularly for onshore wind technicians. It's something that was done throughout the country, and that they believe that you're not necessarily encouraging people to train for that particular occupation, because we may be already meeting that demand.
Thank you, Josh.
Glad we could do that.
Can you pass that on?
If it's working.
The working mic. Josh, there's a slide. I don't know what number it is, but there's a slide where you indexed the availability of occupations in North Carolina versus the US. Do you remember that one? Some were highlighted yellow and some weren't.
Yes, this is slide 19.
Is that the same slide? Can you bring that back up? Because your zero box had covered some of the occupations before.
Let me see if I can figure out how to do this. Okay.
This is one job. These are
Can people see that?
Four jobs work.
Here you go, Kevin.
Just pass your laptop.
Here you go.
Oh. Sorry. Never mind, Josh. You apparently you phoned a friend and you didn't know it.
Apologize. Yeah, anything in yellow there has a lower concentration than the US.
I do, if I can brave the effort to try.
That one. I want this one too.
Josh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Excellent. So I was curious, you focused a lot on these different classifications, but, and you talked a little bit about the community college programs that are already set up to address some of that. One of the things that we're looking at as a part of all of the discussions around apprenticeship programs, though, are the high school CTE programs and which ones are out there that would feed into these skill sets. Have you guys had a chance to look at that yet, or do you have maybe a way to do that before we get to a future meeting?
Yeah, that's a great point. Many of the high school CTEs courses are done at community college or overlap in different ways for those programs. I'll have to check on my end to see how that data is linked. I know, for example, we receive a lot of data from the community college system, starting to receive more from the Department of Public Instruction when we cover K through 12. But I'm happy to kind of follow up and see if we can get data, particularly on high school CTE, for you all, because I agree that those are important programs.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Any more questions for Josh? Okay, as we transition to Emily Roach and Jenny Harris on North Carolina Workforce System Overview, I want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize Morehead City Mayor Jerry Jones. Okay. Well, the mayor was with us as well as the city manager, Chris Turner, and I want to thank them for spending a little time with us. Emily Roach and Jenny Harris are going to give us an overview of the North Carolina workforce system.
Madam Chair, while they're getting set up, can I make a comment?
Absolutely.
That when we continue our conversation about the job training, we need to remember that we got a high dropout rate of students of color in community college programs. What are we going to do to address that? And one suggestion would be that we need to make sure that we have more apprenticeships that are paid and that people are getting living wages, because it's very difficult to figure out how to get the training that you need to make that next step if you do not have the resources. So we cannot forget this resource gap for some of the students, and especially for our students of color here today.
And I do want to invite our delegates, if at any time you have any comments or questions that you want to interject into the conversation, you are certainly welcome, and we encourage you. Emily.
Great. Hi again. I'm Emily Roach. I staff the Workforce Development Subcommittee along with Dr. Jenny Harris. And before we give a very brief overview of North Carolina's workforce system, I wanted to first thank Josh Levy for his work on the offshore wind skills analysis that he's been doing. Can't thank him enough for helping the subcommittee move forward this goal to complete the skills analysis. And we've also been working on developing a complete training inventory of the programs that already exist in North Carolina that align with the KSAs that you mentioned. So to your question, Steve, I'm excited that Christy Van Alken from DPI, their workforce lead, she's joining our next subcommittee meeting to, now that we've identified those KSAs, help to look to what we can do and how we can partner more with DPI. So thank you for that question. So again, Jenny and I are here today just to level set and to give you a brief overview of North Carolina's workforce development system and how all of the partners work together here in our state. So you can see on the screen that North Carolina's workforce system is made up of many state level partners, including the Department of Commerce, the North Carolina Community College System, the UNC system, independent colleges and universities, and the Department of Public Instruction, DHHS, including Voc Rehab, and many more partners that are on the screen. So each of these state agencies also have local touch points within their own communities, including 22 local workforce development boards, more than 80 NCWorks career centers, 58 community colleges, and 33 regional vocational rehab centers. Those are just some examples of how the state agencies also have centers or programs within local communities.
So at the center of all that, what looked like a big honeycomb, and normally it looks like a crazy spaghetti map. So that was a really good illustration, actually, is the NCWorks Commission, which is the State Workforce Board. Some of you are familiar with that. The State Workforce Board, the NCWorks Commission is made up of people who are appointed by the governor. They're 51% employer representation, and then other representation from education systems and other state agencies and partners. The NCWorks Commission, as the state board, every state has one. They oversee all of the advocacy for the state workforce system as a whole. They also set policy, make policy that aligns with the Federal Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is the federal law that is the guidelines for the state workforce system. Emily mentioned that there are 22 local area workforce boards. That state work, the NCWorks Commission also oversees 22 local workforce boards that respond to the local regional economic drivers. They do recruitment strategies for growth industries. They set their own policies based on those local economic drivers. And they are also, that board is also appointed by the local elected officials, chief local elected officials, and their staff. Also, that the local workforce board staff are the ones that do a lot of the business engagement and do that recruitment strategy.
And I'd also like to add that North Carolina is very focused on serving populations that have barriers to employment, including justice-involved individuals, seasoned workers, individuals with disabilities, and opportunity youth. Sorry. Okay, I'm clicking. Sorry about this.
We have a map.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. So this is a map of the 8 economic prosperity zones in North Carolina, which included in those 8 prosperity zones are the 22 workforce boards, 58 community colleges, and 80+ career centers, along with partners with other state and non-state agencies. The career centers, the 80+ career centers I'll mention, are primarily based in Tier 1 and Tier 2 counties.
The North Carolina Community College System services over 250,000 students a year and is estimated to have over a $19.3 billion economic impact. And additionally, Apprenticeship NC, the state's apprenticeship agency, is housed within the North Carolina Community College System. And so, as we mentioned earlier, we're really working on developing a complete inventory of all of the apprenticeship programs that are related to wind and also to clean energy that are currently offered in North Carolina. And you'll hear a bit more about some of the training programs from Perry and Dan here in a little bit. It's also estimated that every North Carolinian lives within 30 miles from a community college. And so we really believe that North Carolina has the resources and is well equipped to prepare our future workforce for these offshore wind jobs. But it's really going to take the collaboration that we've talked about here today to make it happen. Here in North Carolina, we like to say that we are and that we will continue to be first in talent. And we think that the skills analysis and the training programs and all of the collaboration that we're fostering here will help us to continue to be first in talent. If you have not had a chance to view North Carolina's Strategic Economic Development Plan, the First in Talent Plan, you can find that on the Department of Commerce's website, which has some of these strategies that we've mentioned, as well as our priority to really serve populations that have barriers to employment and make sure that our workforce and the offshore wind workforce is inclusive to all North Carolinians. Excuse me. So we started off with an overview of the high-level data that we have so far here in North Carolina, and Jenny and I gave a brief overview of our workforce systems, and now we really want to focus in on some of the existing training programs that we already have here in North Carolina that are aligned to the KSAs that we've mentioned. So Perry and Dan will give you a minute to come forward, but you're next on the agenda from the workforce subcommittee. So they're our co-chairs, Perry Harker and Dan Segovia. So feel free to come on up.
First of all, I from wherever your family is to one of our cities, community college campuses, is really close to their so rather than English learners
Which one is it?
I can't
Which one to bring up?
I can't see you.
It's on the computer, it's just not open.
I can't hear you. So I'm sorry. I got 4 people behind me talking.
She was saying the tier system, probably need to explain that because you mentioned tier 1 and tier.
Oh,
and then also the term opportunity.
The what?
Term opportunity youth. What is opportunity youth? I mean, like, so Emily mentioned opportunity youth.
For the
kind of defining what that means, especially for our guests.
Did you mean anything specific? I mean, we've got that overall, but
I can't remember the age frame, but
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is WIOA, because of our acronyms, some of the guidance around that is for youth programs. There's adult dislocated and youth programs, and not to get too deep into the weeds of how that sausage is made, but the youth programs are age 16 to 24. That's what they consider youth programs, and there's specific funding that's set aside for youth programs in workforce. So even though they go up to age 24, that's sort of a great thing for us, because when we look at programs at the community college, that can count as youth. We can use youth dollars for that as opposed to adult dollars. But what that does is allows us to put together programs for out of school youth and in school youth, but the primary focus is out of school youth. So those that are not in any, they didn't graduate from high school, they might be on the street, they might just be looking for a job somewhere else. And how do we tap into that market and really focus on getting them to a place where we can get them into a career path? The other question was about, does that answer the question about opportunity youth? Oh, the tiers. So I might get this a little bit wrong, so I might need to rely on the other commerce staff on that. Where's Susan Fleetwood? She just
Lex got it. Great.
I know I'll mess that one up.
Specifically, I work there on 100 camps. And how we go on our incentives and grant programs and as very popular as the acting on the job computers and what's service. They're grouped into 3 groups. Tier 3 consider the leads that are always expressed with the process. 20 top tier 3, they don't have access to all of the incentives, development programs, and stress challenges. And then tier 2 is the export account, and then tier 1 is and those are determined by statute, and every year the Bureau simply puts forth the criteria that some of our analysts that calculate as a from the right employment rate, population growth, median income, and taxes. And so again, it's in statute that those tiers where the college is a lot of data what they are.
Thank you. We, in the interest of time, my co-chair of the Workforce Development Subcommittee, Dan, and I are going to give a brief overview of the programs that we currently offer and also are in development at our respective training institutions. So as you know, Carter Community College is part of the 58 community college system. We are a comprehensive community college in that we offer associate's degrees, certificates, diplomas, as well as workforce training and opportunities to train those not yet completed their high school credential. So I'm going to go quickly through my presentation in the interest of time. Do know that myself and Dr. Mancini are here. If you have questions afterwards, this presentation will be available on the website. And as she did, I want to extend to come back and visit our college. We certainly would love to show you around our institution. I'm going to focus our marine trades programs, which is a sector of programming that we offer here. This building is about 2 buildings over. It is the we call it NC Martech. It's the Marine Training and Education Center. It's a comprehensive marine training facility. It is the only one in North Carolina that's focused on marine training, and it is one of 3 that is in the Mid-Atlantic region. The center is designated by the U.S. Department of Transportation Maritime Administration, MARAD. We are designated as a center of excellence for domestic maritime workforce training. And one of the things that I'm going to go through some programs, but I want to caveat to that is that we are currently looking at our programs and identifying how we need it to pivot to train the workforce in offshore and onshore wind, what tweaks we would need to make to our existing curriculum in order to achieve that. In our marine trades programs, we have diploma, certificate, and certification programs. So the diploma and certificate is either a 2-year or 1-year time frame. The certificate is a short-term workforce training. So just some of the programs that we offer within this facility are composite fiberglass production. We are teaching, which is the vacuum infusion. Lamination is the clean energy piece to composites. We have a 3D computer design, 3 and 5-axis training machine, and we also offer CNC machine technologies. We are an ABYC, which is the American Boat and Yacht Council Marine Trades Accredited Program. ABYC would be equivalent to GWO. It is the organization that sets the standards for the industry, and within that, we offer marine electrical and electronics, plumbing, mechanical, corrosion, marine coating, and spray system. As you can see, many of these programs could easily be, we think, have the transferable skills to move into the wind, offshore and onshore wind industry. Marine trades programs, we have a marine propulsion outboard engine program. We are Yamaha approved school. We offer both certificate programs and workforce training programs, short-term certification. We also have a diesel and heavy equipment program, which is marine diesel focused. It offers a 2-year degree, a certificate, and also certification programs. And it focuses on marine operations and the maintenance of those engines. And one of the areas that we see as a part of this big wind cluster is the training needed to provide for transportation piece, the large vessels and that will move these products around. And we are a leader in mariner licensing training. We are an approved U.S. Coast Guard facility. We are the school in the region that is approved to test on site. Currently now, when you complete these marine U.S. Coast Guard courses, you have to, the closest site for us is South Carolina, where you would go and test. We've been approved for several years to do everything right here. So you take the course here, you test here, you pass the test and you leave here certified. These are some of the courses that we offer. We were recognized recently as the leader in captain certification in the Southeast region. So we train a lot of captains here at our college. We start them out at 100 ton, and they can upgrade to a 200 ton. And you can see the other related courses that are all, these are all Coast Guard approved training programs. We're in the process of adding a light, which is a survival type course, and also STCW, which is a basic safety program for U.S. Coast Guard, which is very similar to GWO. Some courses we have in the development, which we feel will be very relevant to offshore wind, is offshore paramedics. You had a big meal today, so these chefs will have an opportunity hopefully to work aboard boats and cook. Navigation, weather, leadership and team building skills, cargo handling, and radar observation and recertification for those training programs. We are heavy in the trades. We offer carpentry, electrical, plumbing, HVAC, welding, and particularly aluminum and steel, stainless steel welding, pipe fitter, hoist, and wrench operators. We have a strong manufacturing program. We are, as the other 57 community colleges, we're part of the Community College Customized Training Program, which is a program that supports any manufacturer just moving into our state, or specifically into our area, with state-funded support for training for a new and expanding workforce. We have the International Certification Production Technician, which we provide to our manufacturers, and we are diligently working to establish and pre-apprenticeship as well as apprentices. So the pre-apprenticeships will be working with our public school students, and the apprenticeships will work with our local industries. We are in the process of establishing and standing up our GWO wind technician certification. Some of this we are doing currently, so we don't think it will be a big shift for us. We were a leader. These are the 5 courses that are required for GWO certification. We hopefully by summer we will have a training facility that will be here in our county that will allow us to provide shipboard firefighting, also the working at heights, which will have a high angle rescue. And we are currently at first stage, we are an American Heart Training Center in partnership with our local hospital. So last thing I want to, as Phyllis mentioned, we realize that a great opportunity is students that have dropped out of our colleges and have dropped out of school. So two things we're doing that we feel would be very positive in helping to fill that. I think the question we heard from our workforce development panel earlier is not only will the training be provided, but where will we get the employees to train? And part of that we feel is our high schools. So we have a strong partnership with our public schools, and we certainly want to strengthen that and make our students aware of the opportunities in the offshore wind industry. The other is we are part of a national program that's funded by the Lumina Foundation. It's about 40 community colleges. It's called REACH, which stands for Racial Equity for Adults, Credentials in Higher Education. And the goal of REACH is to improve credential attainment and economic mobility for adult learners of color. And we certainly, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Mancini, we have have a partnership with North Carolina Central University and two other HBCUs that we're working on finalizing our partnership with North Carolina A&T State University and Elizabeth City State University. So if you have any questions or need more information, I've put Dr. Mancini's email here and mine, and certainly reach out to us. If you want to come back and visit our facility or our campus as a whole, we would be delighted to have you do so. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan. Which one's yours?
North Carolina Building Trades, 2022. Lost it. Yeah, let's see here. What's it called? Right there, the NCBT. This one? Yep. The mouse right here, or you can use the arrow keys. Okay.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for having us today. Thank you for the good lunch. Dinner too, I think. Well done. So I sit on the Workforce Development Board with Perry. I'm also a representative for the ironworkers in the Carolinas and the North Carolina Building Trades. There are roughly 14 organized trades in the U.S. The 6 main trades in the construction process. Ironworkers on top, they're the best. Sorry, none of all my trade partners left, so I get to do that. Electricians, operators, laborers, millwrights, carpenters. When on projects, work together in our own rights and respects, different skill sets to get the work done for any development project there is. I'll just give you a brief overview of how the trades work in apprenticeship programs. And we're fairly the same similarly set up. Most of us have Department of Labor registered apprenticeship programs. So when we do our recruitment, our first process is to send out notice of open enrollment. We send this notice to the Department of Labor, different organizations, women's organizations, centers, local schools, employment service centers, one-stop centers, VOTEC schools, other organizations, which can effectively reach minorities and women. That's paramount. Newspapers and obviously Facebook and social media today. There's a couple of ways to have direct entry into our programs. One of them is through military. Military veterans have direct entry into our apprenticeship. Now we don't want to put somebody that's been in the military, 10, 20 years, been out there serving us abroad, through a full-fledged apprenticeship program. So we'll evaluate their skill set, give them advanced credit where we need to. Most importantly, everybody that comes through our doors has a certain amount of training that our employers require, and that's what we're commissioned to do, is the training and to supply the workforce, and also pre-apprenticeships. So if somebody was to come through community college or a different tech school and it was considered a pre-apprenticeship, we'd be allowed direct entry in our program. The way we enter folks into our program, it's a selection process based on a ranking of a pool of applicants. First, we'll evaluate, we'll rank that person by nothing more than a number. They'll get an evaluation score. And then when our employers need a workforce or apprentices, and apprentices, select by the highest ranked number and call that person up and try to get them on a job site and start their career as an iron worker or another craft person. Our apprenticeship program is funded by employers. For every hour worked, the employers put in a certain amount of money. Just for example, for the iron workers in the Carolinas, it's $1.50 per man hour worked. It goes straight to our apprenticeship fund, which is a trust. And that money is used specifically and solely for the training of the workforce, whether it's apprenticeship training or journeyman upgrading. So the apprenticeship is governed by a Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee, or JTC. It's led by local representation and the employer together. We sit on the board and we govern, what kind of training we're going to give to these folks, how many hours are required, are we doing, the right thing by the apprentice. There's standards that we have 100 pages of apprenticeship standards that we live by to a T. We're audited on a regular basis by the government, by our own organizations. Business manager goes down to the apprentice coordinator, instructors, apprentices, job stewards, foremen, and journeymen. The Carolina Iron Workers, today we have a 4-year program in our apprenticeship. Somebody coming right out of high school, let's say, they're entered into the program. In order to finish the program, they need 6,000 on the job hours in combination with 645 related training hours. Entry level pay plus benefits is $26.23. Journeyman person pay plus benefits today is for iron workers are around $44.17. This includes benefits, obviously, pension, healthcare, and annuity. Some of the curriculum that we offer that our apprentices are required to have. OSHA 10 or 30 in construction. Harassment, discrimination, first aid, CPR, subpart R steel erection, scaffold user, airlift, forklift, blueprint reading, mathematics, architectural, ornamental, ironwork, rigging, working with cranes. And we also have a facility, the DC area that's fairly close to completing the GWO training, which if anybody's at the Offshore Wind Conference this coming spring, I believe we're going to be doing a walkthrough of that facility. If we'll announce that to the task force as well. And high angle rescue and operations and maintenance, wind turbine on and offshore. Just to give you an idea, just like I said, most of the trades in the U.S. are somewhat the same as far as their structure. Okay, this is the electrical workers and the county revolving. The electrical workers in North Carolina, it's a 3-year program, 7,000 on the job hours, 645 RT hours, entry level, waivers and benefits, 3178, junior person, 3819, and that includes healthcare, pension, and annuity. Curriculum, as you can see, is somewhat the same, but different in many respects. OSHA, harassment discrimination, termination of spouses, substation, construction guidelines, distribution, capacitors, regulators, circuit protection, ORF, ACDC, underground distribution, test instruments, training certification, GWA, and wind turbines. So that was enjoyable. But if you have any questions?
Do you have any questions for anyone on the Here.
Question, parents. So discussing harassment between NCTOWERS and GWA, as somebody who's not part of work on Europe. So one of the differences between NCTOWERS and GWA is something to get work with Europe because there's a misconception of what's required offshore in homes to level it in requirement for level training. So, for example, seafarers to carry international STCW certificates for work at sea, and then been asked by the wind farm, they need to have GWA certificates. And so they then got not exactly the same certification they've already got, but in the GWA certificate, which actually is either regulatory necessary or the employee safety or something offshore. So a lot of work's been done to ensure seafarers and mariners get separate offshore turbine technicians. They are setting a turbine offshore to actually physically on the ladder and going through a situation. Then the GW becomes apparently they're finding a high emergency, etc. But if it's anyone more vessel, then what's strictly seafarer and knows the GWO. So what we found is people can learn at the same time because, as you said, in your conversation, some of the courses are very, very close to each other. And in some cases, you can get on lower syllabuses of one training element, and that seems to be the best way to go. So that you have something where the bird or fields and this is that you approved if you can do it. Those syllabuses in the same sitting time. Make sure that your start and pamphlets start and still as possible for all the industry. And the second part of that is the regulatory conference, that's the offshore industry, based on the they also produce these to transition to green steel to come to offshore wind. There will be a lot of offshore oil and gas workers and probably some child area here. But we also be university which will be related turbines and then teaching all your apprentices how to fix offshore wind turbines because apprenticeships are based on physical knowledge you have. So you need to have some next you can guide them what to do. So just be aware of that transition and making sure that you're doing the right training, the right goals, and don't make that training. Thank you.
So what I've appreciated about all of these panels and presentations, I was going to grab that. Can you hear me? Because I can't tell my voice is heavy. Okay. All right. Good. So what I've appreciated about the panel presentations and the podium presentations is the commonality about what's going on in our respective countries. And here's a negative commonality, the lack of talent. So we're talking about all of these projections of positions that will be available and all of the opportunity. But there are a couple of other facts, at least in the US, but might apply to the UK too. Birth rates are lower than they've ever been. They're lower than they've ever been, but also before that, people are having fewer children than generations past anyway. So now workforce issues are that much more prevalent. And then also we have these quote unquote, we talked about this at lunch a little bit, specialized populations, people with disabilities, people who are formerly incarcerated, who are not being connected to these opportunities for whatever reason or another. And so one of the natural ways that the workforce can be stabilized is through immigration. And people from other countries coming in, they have a language barrier, but once you could solve for that, then at least we'd have a greater workforce. So this is where my question is. Now, there's some pretty significant immigration into the UK as well, correct? From Africa, the Caribbean, other parts of Europe. So how are we collectively making these connections into populations that aren't getting connected? Because we're not going to be able to meet this gigawatt demand if we don't. And it wasn't totally rhetorical.
Recently, Brexit. Fantastic immigration wasn't key. Basically, the Russian industry specifically we're on competitively marine exemption. We don't have enough workforce in the UK, so it's all the offshore industry. And every 6 months, since Brexit occurred, we can get an exemption to the point where today, that immigration or offshore wind came to force, and that was obviously we're going to Saturday. We haven't announced that we'll get an exemption for about 6 months. So we'll read on immigration, and all of the least today, because I'm to administration saying, not very long. Hiring those businesses in the UK at the moment is more than it has been. We have an overrun session with the engineering laws in the UK, but not UK focused. Divisions in the UK, so we actually are now very hard engineering divisions to try and get enough people to labour. And as I said, the apprenticeships and engineering as well as not the people living in us and this doing the job with them. So if we suddenly getting away with the workforce in the UK, who's training the next people that are standing there and we will end up in the age of the UK workforce, because many people really means to say, but some happens when we got Jones Act, for example, in America, and asking so a lot of non-American skills coming into America to help on a temporary basis, because the way out the immigration is really go under itself. And the system that you're able to control your workforces. So we want to run again to help you grow this industry or grow in this particular sector. We also at some point want to say we don't need people that have programs of money that go to some of the North Carolina or whatever. And possibly the current immigration system doesn't work that. That's exactly the same situations. And it's something we're looking on extremely hard. The temporary, certainly with CEOs, the temporary need status, and as an exemption, they just have to keep reapplying every 6 months, even in our cross-border workers.
I mentioned we have populations looking at on that, getting back into work. I think what I read it consider it, because how would you get back in? We need to change that. Access people have smart, educated, and real-way. Being on the list, to me, they can't come back. Only focus and have to work longer. They're all living longer. And I think, it changes the way we work, making sense, so that we bring in the way we all stuff. I think those things we can do, they always count on immigration. Putting our education with such like our own, we're bringing in some sort of real price of postgraduate employees, and so we've got a huge influx of Nigeria business as well. We hope there's something to say, but it's more things we can do.
And to be clear, I mean, my question was not just about immigration necessarily, but just connecting to all of the populations that we don't necessarily tap into.
That's one in November, addressing one of those groups that are overlooked or excluded. The Women's Manufacturing and Engineering Project, which was set up by someone who had a profession in the chemical engineering industry and had taken retirement or redundancy, who really wants to tackle this overlooked aspect of the workforce. And what that's done is reach out across generations to people that are still at school to say, hey, did you know there are these opportunities? There are people that look like you doing it. It started from a project about people like me, I say people who look like me, people who seem like me also do this. But it wasn't just, and he isn't just looking at people who are at school, it's looking at the group that Ruth mentioned, over the career re-entrants. They're taking a break, whether that's to have a family or care for people or for whatever other reason. But actually now don't have the confidence to go back in at the level and the industry they were working in because they feel that 2 years out means all their experience is worthless. And so it's been about reaching out to them and rebuilding their confidence and showing pathways back into their previous roles, into these new industries that have come up in the meantime. And mostly how it's worked has been by doing outreach work into schools and community groups, or having large exhibitions which differ from what we normally do as careers fairs, where, to be perfectly honest, most of the young people just walk around without making reference out to them anymore. So these ones actually work with them just ahead of the time to prepare them and say, oh, this is what it's about. This is what these people are doing, and the questions we're hoping can be asking, it feeds them with ways to interact and engage, and the level of engagement has been so much better at those events than any of the others I've been to. And we as well been doing it that there are, for instance, female apprentices who are recruited through this process who are now on the stands. And it went from the stands were run by men because they weren't really able to represent, through to we will do that. We will show people like me, so it flipped to entirely female because we could, we've reached that point. To then go, do you know what? Let's represent the workforce you're going to be part of. Let them come back in again. And so it actually has been on a very small scale, really successful, but it started off just in Hull, so one city, and it's expanded now to some of the other towns. We talked about the splits and schisms in our area, so we've had to do it in Scunthorpe and in Grimsby as well. They're less than 30 miles distance. You talked about the community college, but they wouldn't go to things in the neighbouring location. So finding people where they are and showing people who look like that is work for us. When you get into the time, unfortunately, you can't get 75. So we are I'm going to say, taking conservative, but we take conservative and we use things really administrative. Very well, response to continue all these bad conversations on this, and we'll take, and then I'm being going forward. Absolutely. There's chairs that are having to okay. So, when I come to when I come to teacher questions and show just in and hearing and gathering. Then Marquita and the church you read my college then we use read about it and put it down to and I'm and then immediately on how the knowledge songs there's some project we find areas we and the other is anyone else on the phone they do the conversation It's not a question about while we have this one. Okay.
And we are looking for.
Unless you're the housing survey that is gonna tell you those kids. And that's what you do. And it's severe. Oh, you. Okay.
It can be done in 5, like on the presentation to cut it down. So, oh, the staff is getting together. Then you guys are. Yeah. Mark said so. Bring it to the take a bar and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm in Doug. I used to work
And you have college, no, you have college paper. Where's the? How long? I get it from the college. Supposed to be which business. Thanks right there. Thanks right there.
Yeah. Let's see here, microphone, test on.
I was just gonna have them. Yes, to make some comments. As we're using that, I'm gonna call on the. Tonight, there's a Offshore and drinks from 5 to 7 p.m. at Promise Land Market. It's like that word drinks got everybody to free drinks at Promise Land Market, 909 Arundel Street here in Morehead City. I said free, nobody told me free, but if you're still around, you can join the group for offshore wind drinks from 5 to 7 in Promise Land Market in Morehead City, 909 Arundel Street. All right, I'm sure you had some interesting conversations and you got a lot of good information, some great exchanges. Who wants to go first? Who wants to share? Let's have a few minutes of sharing before we wrap up. And certainly, just any general comments, we again invite our guests. Arkita, do you want to make some comments?
Okay.
No, Arkita, let's go there. Go ahead.
Well, we really expanded on the membership organization EIC, which is already connected to all of the partners that we are either connected to today for oil and gas and or on the offshore wind side, and how EIC connects those groups to supply chain. So it's already established, and they do this across the globe. They are located in many hub spots around the world and also advocate to government based on the countries that they represent and the companies that they represent. So that was very interesting to know, because they mentioned all the same names that, again, are in offshore wind today. And then we learned a lot more from Mark.
That's just good for talk a lot.
No, it was good information.
You want some comments?
There did get into our ed discussion, and it sounds like it's going to be something to convince, I guess, the utilities commission, legislature, and all that. Listening. So let's see that discussion we had next year.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about significant grid-related constraints. And I think, as I recall, our very first meeting,
David Goss, who maybe has left the building. He was the first person that I remember raising onshore transmission investment as a critical need to accommodate offshore development. And I mean, we certainly know that it's true, and it's a big issue for us.
I think it goes to the comments that were shared earlier by one of our UK guests about needing to reach out to some of those decision makers and start solidifying those relationships and educating, letting them understand what the need is and why.
So one of the topics or ideas that come up in our small group discussion, some interesting ideas, but one in particular was the potential gap we may have identified, which is a lot of supply chain demand comes from the developers themselves in terms of articulating what it is they need, so we can simply project or anticipate, but at the end of the day, it's what developers actually need in order to deliver on it. And so maybe we sharing the UK context, there would be the buyer that's where with the second one was as organizations where they go and they build companies to essentially educate them about what they need and what they require in this supply chain. And so we got something in the US, we talked about ACP and IPF, and again after soon with conferences and meetings that happen in the United States, but we do a thing, at least among our small group, of a similar meeting of a meet the buyer type, and maybe the deal would be to do something with North Carolina and Virginia, Maryland, in the spirit of collaboration, where we can bring many local developers together with companies as we think about how do we help North Carolina companies make that jump from whatever manufacturing they're already doing into the offshore space. I thought that was really moving to the group.
Smart Power Conference in Richmond, Jennifer Munn. Yeah, she wasn't paying attention.
So this small power is a so that we're mediating, we're going to how do we pass this with developers.
And Jennifer, you can tell our guests what smart power stands for. Well, it's a partnership North Carolina has with Virginia and Maryland.
All right, y'all are going to. The south is in the regional and small energy.
Okay, we're going to quickly transition to then. We got under my list.
There's a dictionary here.
How do we have to advance it online?
You can. It's right here.
Okay.
But which one is it?
Oh, sorry, community outreach and engagement. Let me say about. Tell you in a meeting, and I would like we could just before the 4 o'clock, gather the protocols that are photo of us, and we will be sharing all the photos. So it's really thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Susan Hamilton. I am the Economic Development Advisor for the North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm also co-chair of the NCTOWERS Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee with Mr. Ben Calhoun. He's right behind me. And so we're going to go through our project, the results of our survey here pretty quickly. So stick with us. Of course, the next one. Our mission for the Outreach and Engagement Subcommittee is to identify and engage offshore wind stakeholders in North Carolina and beyond with a communication strategy that advocates for policies prioritizing offshore wind development.
It sounds like I could get it.
Our key stakeholders, as you can see, are 700 plus individuals that we've compiled into a master list. The report includes input from task force members and subcommittee members, like Audubon Society, Economic Development Partnership, Southeast Wind Coalition, et cetera. And thanks to all of you who provided contacts for us to generate that list of stakeholders. Outreach and engagement, we have the link here. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on, that's why I have them. We have the link here. We want to strongly encourage all of the subcommittee or all of the task force members to share the survey with members of your community. We're looking for is to increase the number of responses that we've got, and Ben is going to get into a little bit more about that later. So please take the time to go through your contact list and share this information with people that may not have seen it yet. And the completion rate when people opened our email was 100%. So if they started the survey, they finished it. And other 42%, the majority of them were coastal residents, homeowners, or property owners. And there were a few scientists, universities, and offshore wind industry professionals as well. These are the top 3 counties reporting. Dare at 29%, I'm assuming, thanks to our mayor here. Brunswick County, which is south of Wilmington, at 21%, and Carteret County at 14%. So y'all made the list. There were more counties included in this survey. Respondent, we just gave you the top 3. And finally, for me, you can take a look at this, but if you want the details of the survey results, they are included in your packet for today. And instead of reading them aloud to you, in the interest of time, we want you to go take a look at those yourself, please. Okay, thank you, Ben.
And we'll talk just a little bit about a few of those numbers. 68% of the respondents say they're very interested in learning more about offshore wind energy. I think that's a really good number because that means we have a big field of opportunity here for sharing this information and people who are very interested in receiving it. 75% would like to attend a discussion about offshore wind, and 75% would like to subscribe to a newsletter. So that means that we have channels available to us to reach out to these folks. Now, here's the problem. And these responses are the demographics. You can see it's 90% white, 6% American Indian, Alaska Native, 4% Black African American, 3% Hispanic Latinx. Susie mentioned sharing this with your networks. We've talked about this as a subcommittee. We have not apparently found the channels to get this into the hands of our historically underserved communities. We are asking for your help with that. So this means sharing it with being creative. This was part of a discussion that we just had. Be creative about thinking about what your network is. Conventionally, we want to share it with our business contacts or trade groups that we may be part of. Think beyond that. Think about social associations. Think about church organizations. Think about all of those places where the people who are not in this room might be hidden so that we can try to reach them and share link to the survey as quickly as you can so that we get a better response rate from those communities. And that's something that our subcommittee is going to continue to work on and try to ferret out, because if we can't reach these folks with the survey, then we can't engage them in the rest of this process. And so we really have to find ways to solve this problem. So I'm bogging down here. Our committee is always the one that's between you and leading, and so I do want to say the key thing on this slide, our next roundtable is right here. November 15th at 5 to 6:30. We were doing that late in the day because we have a different audience that we're trying to tackle. We want to get some educators. We want to get some folks from the fishing community and get them into a meeting that might not work in the middle of the day or the afternoon. So that'll be at 5:30. Share that. Any folks that you think might be interested in that meeting, please share that with us. You'll have those emails. And I think we're coming to the last slide. Yes. So what do we need from you? I think we just said it. Please share the survey. Think creatively about the networks with whom you share the survey. And share any stakeholder contacts with us for that roundtable that's coming up here on the 15th. And that is it for us, unless there are any questions.
Thank you. And I like to keep up. We have national citizens in North Carolina and 2 other mayors we introduced you to, but we didn't properly.
They already knew me. They are.
All right, thank you for that. And again, survey closes in 1 week. Please share with your networks. It's very important for us to get this information. And as you know, it's key to how we proceed with communicating and really getting all stakeholders to talk to state. All right, with that, told to that they've all reminded of it. So now, I want to thank our UK delegates for joining us and spending this time today. And I realize while some folks in the room have that beautiful view, you had your way. Certainly we had a few technical challenges, but we got through it. And the information you shared with us was priceless today. We really appreciate it. And welcome to come back. Welcome to come back anytime. Okay, with that, I'm going to ask everyone to gather outside for a group photo before you leave, because I know you guys are getting ready to get to Wilmington. And I want to get you out of here on time. So thank you, everyone. This meeting is officially closed. One last point for our listening audience, all PowerPoint presentations from today will be on the NCTOWERS webpage.
Oh.
There's a pillar. I'm so welcome. Yeah.